Welcome to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees. Here's a look inside the House of Delegates chamber, up for debate and passage today. Senate Bill 123, Treatment for Sexually Transmitted Diseases, providing for expedited partner therapy. Senate Bill 261, bringing state code relating to daylight saving time in conformity with federal code. House Bill 2615, the West Virginia Small Business Capital Act, creating a tax credit for certain businesses with more than 25 employees that relocate to reclaimed mountaintop removal land. The bill provides that tax credit for 10 years. Also up for debate and passage in the House today, House Bill 4228, relating to transportation network companies. This is called the Uber bill. And finally, up for debate and passage today in the House, House Bill 4309, increasing criminal penalties for conviction of certain offenses of financial exploitation of an elderly person. And here's a look inside the Senate chamber. Up for debate and passage in the Senate today, Senate Bill 299, creating the Library Facilities Improvement Fund. Senate Bill 328, creating the West Virginia Veterans Program Fund to re-regulate the sale and use of certain fireworks. Also up for debate and passage, Senate Bill 404, allowing county health departments to bill insurance companies for certain services. Senate Bill 459, requiring County Board of Education to pay tuition to Mountaineer Challenge Academy. The governor's bill to require the State Board of Education to promulgate a rule that would require payment of tuition by a County Board of Education to the Mountaineer Challenge Academy for each student from such school district that graduates from the academy with a high school diploma. Also up for debate and passage, Senate Bill 483, the Marshall County LSIC Waiver Local School Improvement Council, increasing the compulsory school attendance age in Marshall County from 17 to 18 years of age as a part of its county-wide dropout prevention initiative.
See you. Have a good week. That's all right. That's good. House, please be in order. All those not having privileges to the floor will please vacate the chamber. Members and guests will please rise as we are led in prayer today by Tim Harper of the Division of Juvenile Services.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, as we come to you once again, dear Lord, we're thankful for this day. Father, we're thankful for this privilege, Lord. And Father, we ask, Lord, for your blessing, Lord, upon all those gathered together today. Lord, we ask, Lord, for your blessing, your wisdom. God, we ask for your leadership. Lord, we pray that you'd have your way in all these things and will not fail to praise you and glory, give you the glory and the praise. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Members and guests will please remain standing as we are joined today to post the collars by the Honor Guard from the West Virginia Division of Corrections. They will post the colors, and then we will be led in the Pledge of Allegiance by the gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Perry.
Ready. Post. Present. Arms.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we recite the pledge to the United States of America. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Over there. Arms. Post.
Reading the journal.
House of Delegates, Charleston, Friday, February 12, 2016.
Laid from the 32nd, Delegate Kessinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the further reading of the journal be dispensed with and that it be approved as having been read.
Laid from 32nd, ask unanimous consent that further reading of the journal be dispensed with and it be approved as having been read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Journal be approved as having been read. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a citation presentation recognizing today as Corrections Day. To accept the citation, we have officials from the Department of Corrections. Escorting our special guests today are Delegates Perry, Kessinger, Fast, and Campbell.
Clerk, please read a citation.
Whereas the West Virginia Division of Corrections, the Regional Jail Authority, and the Division of Juvenile Services are committed to enhance public safety by providing safe, secure, and humane facilities, operating an effective system of offender re-entry and community supervision, reducing offender recidivism, and assisting victims of crime. And whereas the Division of Corrections, the Regional Jail Authority, and the Division of Juvenile Services are further committed to providing effective, beneficial services that promote positive development and accountability while preserving community safety and sustaining a work environment predicated upon principles of professionalism with dignity and respect for all. And whereas it is the vision of these agencies to be recognized as innovative leaders in providing quality correctional services. And whereas the adult and juvenile correctional population continues to expand, and it is important for agency representatives and policymakers to appreciate the nature and magnitude of the growth. And whereas previous information provided to this body should assist public officials and agency representatives in planning for the future and developing policies for the management of the West Virginia correctional population, both adult and juvenile, as well as providing adequate pay, benefits, and a safe, secure workplace for the employees in the correctional system. And whereas the House of Delegates of the West Virginia Legislature recognizes the exceptional service and commitment of the employees of the Division of Corrections, the Regional Jail Authority, and the Division of Juvenile Services.
Members will please be at ease a moment while I present the citation. Gentleman for the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're honoring some special guests. Today is Veterans Visibility Day. Joining us today are veterans from across West Virginia. Escorting them to the well of the chamber are our military veteran delegates.
If all members of the House who have served in our military would also make their way to the front of the chamber, we'd like to honor you as well today. Chair recognizes the gentleman from the 23rd, Delegate Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, guests in the gallery, today we have a very special group of individuals that have joined us here in the West Virginia House of Delegates. Guests who swore an oath and picked up a rifle and put words into action when they took that oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States of America. Some of them probably carried an M1. Some carried maybe the smooth bore of an M14. Some of them carried the rifles that I did, the M16. They committed their lives, if even for a short time to the profession of combat arms. Some of them probably lost their comrades. Some made the sacrifices of getting injured themselves. Some carry mental wounds for life that never go away. You see, as members of the House of Delegates, we swore an oath with our votes. The people that are standing in front of us swore an oath and committed their lives to defending it. Starting with our revolution, to the War of 1812 and our world wars, Korea, Vietnam, and the sands of the East. The one thing that all these people have in common, regardless of which war they inherited, was their commitment to our country, our Constitution, and to each other. Let us as a legislature renew our commitment to serving the veterans of our country and our state, with 22 of them still combating those mental wounds that I spoke about. Each day, let us commit ourselves to combating that. Ladies and gentlemen, guests in the gallery, please stand and join me in a round of applause for guests that did something that a lot of us, or a lot of America, never has to do, and thank God that they do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Members will please be easy a moment while I greet our honored guests.
You're tuned to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia channel. Today we bring you the House floor session live. We are recording the Senate floor session, and we'll bring you that once the House floor session has concluded.
Members will please escort our honored guests from the chamber. Introduction of guests. Lady from the 18th, Doug Sabonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to introduce my Fraser Singleton intern for the week, and her name is Melissa Nelson. She's a health science major at Marshall University, and please make her feel very welcome. Thank you.
Lady from the 59th, Doug Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I would like to welcome the West Virginia Citizens Defense League. If all of the members would please stand. They are the largest West Virginia-based gun rights organization, and I would like to thank them for coming down here today, making the distance to protect and promote our Second Amendment rights.
John from the 64th, Doug Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have Adam Taylor. Adam, if you could just wave. He's speaking for us. Adam is an 8th grader at Musselman Middle School. He is accompanied by his father, Todd Taylor of Bunker Hill. If Todd would please stand up. And will the House please make them feel welcome?
Lady from the 49th, Doggett Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize if any members of the Pruntytown Correctional Center in Grafton are here today. These are professionals that are committed to keeping our community safe while helping the prisoners that are there. And we got in late, and I didn't know if they happened to come today, but if they're here, thank you.
John from 35th, Doggett Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we have Alex and Andrew Riley, and they're in the back here helping us, or helping the doorman. But they're 7th graders from Southern Middle School, and they are the grandparents of Carolyn and Roy Davis. And Carolyn, of course, works in the House Finance. But if you all would stand and please make the Rileys and the Davises welcome. Thank you.
John from the 17th, Doggett Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Paging with us today, I'd like to introduce Andrew Offutt and Clinton Williamson. And if they're here, please stand up. And if their parents are here, please stand up, and the House will make them welcome.
John from the 63rd, Doggett Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the rear gallery with us today is a neighbor, a friend, and a constituent, and also her friend and also my friend, Samson Wright. If they would please stand in the House, make them welcome. And also in the gallery to the left here, I've got 2 gentlemen I'm good friends with. One I went to high school with, Travis Bishop and Marshall Wilson. If they both stand, and they're also running for the House of Delegates here, and please make them welcome. Thank you.
Lady from the 48th, Doggett Waxman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce my Fraser Singleton intern. Her name is Darian Lilly. Would the House please make her welcome?
Lady from the 3rd, Doggett Storch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Not my constituent, but Mr. Ireland's, and Delegate Ireland allowed me to introduce my former high school classmate that's in the gallery behind me. Pat Morandi is here in observance of Corrections Day, and I would ask if he would stand in the House. Please make him welcome.
The gentleman from 62nd, Delegate Overton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have 2 pages here from the Eastern Panhandle that have braved the weather to be here. We have Trinity Jenkins from the Orchard View Intermediate School, and we have Josie Petrie, who is from the Bunker Hill Elementary School. Would they please stand and the House make them welcome?
The gentleman from the 7th, Doggett Ireland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honored today to have 2 pages again from Belmont Elementary in Pleasants County. I think one of them's working one side and one the other of the House today. Adeline Carruthers is here with her mother Stephanie, and I think Adeline is working this side. And another young lady by the name of Emma Boyce, and she's working this side of the House. And her parents, I believe, are here, Jeremy and Jessica. So would you please make them welcome and give them something to do this morning? Thank you.
John from 53rd, Doggett Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Wagner, sorry I forgot his name from that, Delegate Wagner and myself, we have 3 pages paging for us today from the Kenneth Honey Rubenstein Center in Davis, West Virginia. If they would stand with Israel Bowles, Thomas Johnson, and Mark Wellman, and they're accompanied by Joe Mitchell. If they would stand and the members make them welcome.
Gentleman from 22nd, Delegate Moffitt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have with me today my two favorite pages, thanks to Mother Nature. From Connor Street Elementary, MJ Moffitt is here with me, and Lindsay Moffitt's working this side somewhere. If the House can make them welcome.
Gentleman from the 14th, Delegate Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Joining me in the North Gallery, I have some friends from Mason County and also with the Citizens Defense League. We have Dale, Lisa, and Michael Durst. Will you stand in the House, please make them welcome? Thank you.
Gentleman from 24th, Delegate Rogerio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an intern for the week. She's from WVU. Her name is Gabriel Murray. Would the floor please make her welcome? Thank you.
Lady from 36th, Delegate Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to introduce my Fraser Singleton for the week, Jessica Foreman. She's a sophomore at WVU. She went to Martinsburg High School and is a native of Martinsburg. So in addition to me, we're going to get Delegate Skinner to help her out as well. So if the House would please make her welcome.
Gentleman from 34th, Delegate Boggs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am especially pleased and blessed today to have two very special pages with me, and if they will stand, my granddaughter Kenzie Boggs, my grandson Carson Boggs. They're first graders at West Hayes Elementary in Hurricane, and also our son Justin and my lovely wife Jean are in the gallery. If they would stand also, and the members please make them welcome.
Lady from the 43rd, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the delegates in the House, I have special introductions from members of the correctional facilities all across our state. And as we know, today is Correctionals Day, and I just want to remind all the members of the long hours that these individuals put in, the extra days that they do, and for a pay that we all consider is much below what they should be paid. As I say your name, they're on all three different galleries. If they would please stand, and if everyone would just bear with me, because I'm probably going to mention somebody from your county. Okay, Randy Perdue from Gilmer County, Director of Corrections Academy. From Mount Olive in Fayette County, David Ballard, the warden. From Marshall County, Karen, I can't say your last name, warden, from North Correctional Facility. And from my home in Randolph County, the largest prison in West Virginia with over 1,000 inmates is Huttonsville Correctional Center, Marvin Plumley from Randolph County. Prunytown Correctional Center, Taylor County, Lance Yardley, who is from Randolph County and used to be at the facility in Randolph County. From Denmar Correctional Center, my district, a very wonderful man, and the facility is awesome. From Pocahontas County, Mark Williamson, the warden. From St. Mary's Correctional Center in Pleasant County, Patrick Marandy, the warden. From Ohio County, William is the administrator. Anthony Correctional Center from Greenbrier County, Michael Martin, the warden. From Salem Correctional Center in Harrisonburg and Doddridge County, David Jones, the warden. Charleston Work Release Center from Kanawha County, Jeff Stinnett, the administrator. Berkeley Correctional Center, Raleigh County, William Vest. From Parkersburg and Wood County, Ann Thomas. From Huntington, Cabell County, Renee Stubbleford, the administrator. From Lakin Correctional Center in Mason County, Lori Noel. McDowell County Correctional Center from McDowell County, Ralph Terry. Martinsburg Correctional Center from Berkeley County, Scott Paul. Donald Kuhn Juvenile Center, Faculty Superintendent Ryan. Jean Spadero from the Juvenile Center, Faculty Director Timothy Meadows. Chick Buckby Juvenile Center Facility Director Barbara Spade. James Tiger Morton Juvenile Center, the Facility Director Jeremy Dolan. From a Juvenile Center, Travis White. Juvenile Center, John Marchino. And from the Rubenstein Center, Faculty Superintendent Dan Dilley. Sam Perdue from the Juvenile Center, Facility Director Gary Patton. Vicki Douglas, Juvenile Center, Faculty Director Adam Collis. If everyone would please give them a warm welcome, if they all would stand and we would recognize them.
Gentleman from the 29th, Doug Moy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of all the delegates that represent Raleigh County, we are honored to have with us today 2 pages from Independence Middle School, and they're about to head into the back room. Ladies, will you wave, both of them? Okay. One of them is Candace Martin, and she is accompanied by her mother, Stephanie, and we have Nicole Gerald, and she is accompanied by her mother, Alicia. They have braved some bad weather to come down here this morning, and these young ladies did not get to miss school to do this. So would the House please make our guests welcome?
Gentleman from the 43rd, Doug Hartman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Campbell and me, from Jennings-Randolph School in Elkins, we have Graceland Corley, someplace in the chamber, if she would stand, and she's accompanied by her mother, Felicia Corley. If the House would make them welcome.
John from the 55th, Doug Esplanade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe our North Gallery, all the way down from Hardy County today, we have John Buckley, which is quite a trip. So if the House please make him welcome.
Lady from 36, Doug Guthrie. Gentleman from the 8th, Doug Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a Fraser Singleton intern this week, Chandler Fout. He goes to Ohio Valley University. I wanted to introduce him and ask the House to make him welcome. Thank you.
Further introduction of guests. Reports of standing committees.
Committee on Health and Human Resources has had under consideration Senate Bill 329, eliminating sunset provision for a commission to study residential placement of children, and committee substitute for Senate Bill 338, compiling and maintaining Central State Mental Health Registry. Reports the same back with recommendation that they do pass, that they be referred to the Committee on Judiciary.
Report be received and the bills be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
Committee on Education has had under consideration House Bill 4467, including financial aid planning and completion of the free application for federal student aid in secondary school instruction and personal finance. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report be received.
Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 4174, exempting activity at indoor shooting ranges from the prohibition of shooting or discharging a firearm within 500 feet of any church or dwelling house. Reports back a committee substitute, therefore, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report be received.
Committee on Judiciary has had under consideration House Bill 2904, requiring the clerk of a county commission to maintain a county ordinance book. Reports back committee substitute, therefore, with recommendation that the committee substitute do pass.
Report be received. Reports of select committees. Messages from the executive.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Armstead presents a communication from His Excellency the Governor advising that on February 11, 2016, he approved committee substitute for House Bill 2101, Senate Bill 32, committee substitute for Senate Bill 342, Senate Bill 357, and Senate Bill 360.
Message to be received. Messages from the Senate.
The Clerk of the Senate announces the passage by the Senate of committee substitute for Senate Bill 73, creating felony crime of knowingly leaving scene of crash resulting in serious bodily injury.
Matter shall be received and the bill be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 429, adopting 2 National Association of Insurance Commissioners models to protect enrollees and general public and permit greater oversight.
Matter shall be received and the bill be referred to the Committee on Banking, Insurance, and then the Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 465, allowing professional employer insure certain risks through pure insurance captive.
Matter shall be received and the bill be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Senate has passed Senate Bill 469, clarifying what personal funds are exempt from levy following judgment.
Matter shall be received and the bill be referred to the Committee on the Judiciary.
The Senate has passed committee substitute for Senate Bill 501 relating to trusts.
Matter shall be received and the bill be referred to the Committee on Banking, Insurance, and then the Judiciary. Resolutions.
House Concurrent Resolution 62 by Delegates Lynch, Hamilton, and others, Webster County Veterans Highway.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, and each resolution be formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committee as listed on the chamber automation system.
Gentleman from the 58th, ask unanimous consent that further reading of resolutions introduced be dispensed with, that each resolution be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Each resolution will be considered formally introduced and so referred. Petitions.
Delegate Reynolds presents a petition signed by 1,547 residents urging the passage of committee substitute for House Bill 4228 relating to transportation network companies.
Petitions will be received and referred to the Committee on Finance. Motions.
Delegates Skinner, Farrow, and Fluharty, in order to secure the promise made to live thoroughbred racing, to the lives of thoroughbred racing industry, and to treat it the same as coal, oil, and gas, so that supplemental payments to the Workers' Compensation Fund cease when the debt is paid off, move to discharge House Bill 4300 so as to return the supplemental funds to the racing purses, and ask for the ayes and nays.
John for the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move the motion be tabled.
John for the 58th moves the motion be tabled. All those in favor will vote. Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion that the motion be tabled will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. One moment. Question for the House is a motion by the gentleman 58th that the motion to discharge House Bill 4300 be tabled.
I put it in here, but I have to find it.
House, please be at ease a moment. For what purpose does the lady from the 46th seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I cannot pull up 4300 on my computer. I'm trying to find it. Maybe it could be explained, or there's something wrong here.
Just one moment. To the lady, the clerk has informed me that they're able to pull it up from the, just putting the bill in. Bill number in.
The bill in question here is House Bill 4300 relating to changes in distribution of net
Is the lady
terminal
able to
income,
locate the bill?
excess net terminal income, and excess lottery fund. Its lead sponsor is Delegate Espinosa. It has been referred to the House Judiciary Committee.
To the members, we will now be voting on the motion by the gentleman from the 58th that the motion to discharge House Bill 4300 be tabled. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? So the clerk will close the machine. Gentleman from the 10th. Clerk, please close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 53 ayes, 45 nays. On that question, 53 ayes, 45 nays, 2 members absent, not voting. The gentleman's motion is adopted. The motion to discharge 4300 is tabled. Further motions. Bills introduced.
House Bill 4533 by Delegates Weld, Stansberry, and Kessinger, the Mental Health and Military Service Members Court Act.
Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with and each bill be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committee as listed on the chamber automation system.
Gentleman from 58th asks unanimous consent that further reading of bills introduced be dispensed with, that each bill be considered formally introduced and referred to the appropriate committees as indicated on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Each bill will be so introduced and referred. Unfinished business.
House Resolution 7 designating that the month of April be proclaimed as Sarcoidosis Awareness Month beginning in 2016.
Questions the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution adopted.
House Resolution 8 authorizing the Committee on Rules to arrange a special calendar and providing for making public the vote on certain questions in connection with the preparation thereof.
Question for the House is the adoption of the resolution. Are there amendments to the resolution?
Delegate Coles moves, the Committee on Rules moves to amend the resolution.
The gentleman from the 58th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, my amendment simply changes the date, the active date for the resolution from Friday, February 12th to tomorrow, Tuesday, February 16th, and I urge adoption.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. Not question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments to the
Delegate Spinagle moves to amend the resolution on page 1 on the last line of the paragraph following the resolution clause.
The gentleman from the 55th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Real briefly, what my amendment does, if the way the resolution is currently drafted, it's going to change the procedure where we operated under last year, where a majority of the members present can move items off the calendar. The way the current resolution is drafted, it will be 2/3 of the members that are required to move things off the calendar, special calendar. So my amendment's very simple, and it's practice we certainly did last year, and we're asking that continue. I request the right to reserve the right to close, and also request the yeas and the nays.
Are there further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Gentleman for the 58th, Doug Coles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I rise to oppose the amendment. What this rule change does is sets up the House calendar and the special calendar as we do every year. And the amendment allows the Rules Committee to set the calendars. And what we're talking about here, the amendment goes to how you would override the Rules Committee and how they set up the calendar. As drafted, this rule change would require a 2/3 vote to override the Rules Committee and how they set the calendar. That is just like any other motion that would try to override the Rules Committee decision. Rules Committee might decide pending rule changes, consideration of resolutions, all the other business that the Rules Committee might do would require a 2/3 vote. And this rule as drafted without the amendment is in, all those things are the same, even how they set the calendar. So I think it's important to hold the Rules Committee action on all their business, including this, setting the calendar, to a 2/3 vote. And I would urge rejection of the motion.
John for the 50th, Delegate Caputo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I support the gentleman's amendment, and I do so because it was a change that this new majority made last year, something we hadn't done. I'll be the first to admit when we were in leadership, we hadn't done it. But it was something this new majority done that I thought was fair, that I commended the new leadership for doing by making it a simple majority on this House floor. If you want to move a bill off the calendar, out of rules, 51% of this House can do that. Without the gentleman's amendment, if his amendment fails, you're going to need a super majority now to do that. So I think it's real simple. It was a good rule change last year by this new majority, and now the new majority wants to go back and make it a super majority. So please support the gentleman's amendment. I think it's fair. If it's a good piece of legislation, 51 members of this House will say so, and we can move it off the calendar, or on the calendar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John for the 20th, Doug Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of this today. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very similar. 51% of this body can override a governor's veto, but yet if we change this rule, 51% of this body can't override a select few on the Rules Committee. So it's a common sense approach. What happened last year with this was, like previously stated, was a good move by the leadership, but now we want to go back and put the power to get things off the calendar in the select few that's on the Rules Committee. I clearly think that's not what this body needs to be doing, leaving the power in the select few. If something wants moved, let's let 51% move it. 51% can override a veto, so why can't we override the Rules Committee? So I also rise in support of this amendment and ask for the yeas and nays, which I think have already been demanded.
John for the 50th, Doug Manchin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 58th yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Sure.
Now, if I understand correctly, what has been the case in last year was that if this body decided that it wanted to discharge a particular bill from committee, that 51% could decide to discharge that, and if the Rules Committee wouldn't move the bill into here and have a vote on it, that 51% could bring it off of the rules calendar, right?
No, actually, a discharge motion is not a simple majority vote. I believe that is, well, under rules, a discharge, but you're talking about moving it out of there or suspending the rules?
I'm talking about what we just had today, a motion to discharge a bill from a committee to bring it down to the floor, that's a 51% vote, right?
I'm sorry, I thought you meant discharge from rules, but yeah,
No.
okay.
Okay. Well, and last year, in fact, this body could move that bill from rules out onto the floor with a 51% vote, correct?
That's right.
So and what will happen after this, if this is adopted, if without the gentleman's amendment, will be that if the body decides to discharge a bill from committee, it'll come to the floor, and unless 66 and 2/3% vote to take it up immediately, or actually it might even be a higher one, maybe that's 80%. But if that doesn't happen, the bill will then go to the Rules Committee, and it will then take, instead of a 51% majority to bring it back so that we can consider it as we voted for, it will then take a 2/3 majority vote to bring it back out. Is that correct?
Well, let me clarify. I think you're missing one important ingredient that's probably important to realize in this House rule. When, as different from years past, over the past 20-some years, it has been done one way, but in the past couple years, it's juggled around. But to clarify, when things come down out of committee, they used to, formerly for the past 20-some years, they would be inactive, and the Rules Committee would have to take some motion to put them on the active calendar. That's not how we've done it in the past couple years. As things come down out of committee, they are automatically active and on the special calendar, unless by action the Rules Committee does something. So that is a critical component of any of these things happen, things come down automatically active. So it doesn't take a movement or action by the Rules Committee. They're already coming before the House.
And to my good friend, the distinguished whip, I appreciate that. But the net effect is still the same. Instead of this body being able to take up a bill on this floor with a 51% vote, it will now eventually require a 66 and 2/3 vote. Am I right?
No, it will actually come before this House unless the House Committee or the Rules Committee acts. So it's automatically coming here unless the Rules Committee acts.
Well, and in the Rules Committee, it only takes 51%, right, to pull the bill off and to keep this body from ever considering it, correct?
Well, if the Rules Committee does act and set the calendar some other way, it would indeed take a 2/3 vote to override the Rules Committee, like it would in any other case where we're trying to override the Rules Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Whip. I appreciate that explanation.
Gentleman from 63rd, Delegate Folk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield, 58th.
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Sure.
So my first term down here in 13 and then 14, what was the percentage to get a bill off the House calendar from rules?
Normally, you would switch between the House calendar and the Rules calendar by an action of the Rules Committee.
I understand 51% could throw it in of the rules, could put it in the House calendar, bring it back on the active calendar. What was it in rules?
I believe it was 67% then.
So it's 2/3 then?
That's right. They were at some point it changed to a 51%, but
that was last year, correct?
I think it might have been the year before that. It was at least in place last year. I know that.
And why did we have it in place last year?
That was the adoption of the resolution. We have to pass this resolution every year at a certain point for to set the two different calendars, a House and special calendar.
I mean, but you're in leadership. Why did we have it that way last year?
That was the decision of how we set it up in the resolution that the full House passed.
Whose idea was that?
I don't know. I don't know where the idea came from. That was the resolution that was considered by the full House.
Okay, thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. Gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Caputo. Gentleman from the 58th, yield for question. Gentleman yields.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Leader. I want to try to simplify this, if I might. If a bill is in the Rules Committee today on House calendar, and someone made a motion to bring that bill from the House calendar to the active calendar for the full body, it would only take a 51% simple majority. Is that correct?
Under
the current rule?
Well, there is no current rule. We haven't adopted a rule. This is the first initial look.
Under last year's rule.
Under last year's rule, that's right.
That's correct. Now, if this passes, that same scenario I just described would take a 67 votes, 2/3 majority. Is that correct?
To override the Rules Committee, it would.
To move it from the Rules Committee to the House would take a 2/3 majority.
Well, I don't like that language. The bill is not pending in the Rules Committee. It's just how it's arranged on the calendar.
Well, if it is in the hands of the Rules Committee.
Well, it's not in the hands. It is the Rules Committee only sets the calendar.
Exactly.
Right. So
exactly.
If the Rules Committee had set a bill that comes down out of committee, is automatically going to be before this body. If the Rules Committee were to act and shift it to the House calendar, that would be the decision of how the calendar is arranged by the Rules Committee.
Okay, let me spin off of that what you just described. Okay. If the Rules Committee acts and puts the bill on House calendar.
That's right.
Last year, it would only take a simple majority to move it back to special, correct?
That's right.
But if this is adopted, it would take a 2/3 majority to do that, correct?
Right. To override that decision of the Rules Committee would be a 2/3.
Thank you, Mr. Leader.
Thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment. Before I recognize the gentleman from the 55th to close debate on the amendment. Gentleman from the 55th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically what I'm saying is, let's not change horses midstream here. We acted this way last year. Let's continue to act this way with a simple majority. Now, real briefly, I heard some discussion on the history of this. And I went back and looked at it, and to the Speaker's credit, he has always been a proponent of having a majority vote. Back in January 8, 2014, House Resolution 2 on the Rules Committee, where the minority party now was the majority party, they operated with 2/3 majority vote. And the Speaker, when he was minority leader on he amended it on Armstead 19 number 2 to take the words 2/3 and insert in lieu thereof a majority of the House members, which was good policy. I remember him speaking very passionately over here about how it should be a majority on this side, just the same remarks from the delegate from the 20th earlier about the governor. And last year, to his credit, he implemented what he said was good policy by this body, and we continue to act that way on the majority. Now, all of a sudden, the more things change, the more the same around here, we're suddenly going back to the minority's position of having 2/3. Now, the fact of the matter is, the minority party can't do a whole lot. There's only 36 of us. We're just a little meager number over here. So it takes bipartisan support of everybody in this room to get to a majority. It's not a partisan issue. It's a House of Delegates issue. So if we're going to allow the powers to go back here behind closed rooms, have more power than the governor to make decisions on what can and cannot come out to the calendar. Now, I have no idea what issues may have prompted this that we might be scared of, that there might be a bipartisan coalition in here, that this body may not like what the leadership is doing and may want to bring it out to the floor and have debate on it. But if you do this, you're going to put a supermajority in here, and you're basically hurting every member's voice. So we operate in a democracy. Everybody in here gets their own voice on these particular issues. If you're willing to kick that down the curb and set up some type of dictatorship that sits behind closed doors, then don't vote for my amendment. But if you believe that it ought to be a majority and the principles should stand when the majority was in the minority and now you're in the majority, and by the Speaker himself made that amendment and made a passionate speech on that, then you're going to vote for my amendment. I request the yeas and nays.
Roll call has been demanded. Is demand sustained? Demand is sustained. All those in favor of the gentleman from the 55th Amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 36 ayes, 62 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Less than the majority of members present having voted the affirmative, I declare the amendment rejected. Are there further amendments? Not question before the House is the adoption of H.R. 8. Are there members desiring to speak to the adoption of H.R. 8? Not the question before the House is the adoption of H.R. 8. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Ayes appear to have it. Sorry. Someone called. Division? Division's been demanded. All those in favor will stand. Ask the clerk, please.
This is House Resolution 8, authorizing the Committee on Rules to arrange a special calendar and providing for making public the vote on certain questions in connection with the preparation thereof. At the midpoint of the session, the House Rules Committee decides which bills will be on the floor and on the special calendar. The House calendar becomes kind of the parking lot. It's where inactive legislation is placed in favor of active legislation that's on the special calendar. And that's
please be seated.
what
now, all
the floor
those
is
opposed
discussing
will
right
stand.
now.
Stand down. I'll sit down. Good catch. Clerk. Everyone may be seated. What was in the
You're tuned to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. A reminder that we will bring you today's Senate floor session as soon as the House floor session has concluded.
On that division, the clerk has informed me that 62 in favor, or 62 opposed, or excuse me, 62 in favor of the adoption of the resolution, 34 opposed to the adoption of the resolution. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, the resolution is adopted. Further resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 16, Corporal John Belcastro Bridge.
Jump for the 58.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that the House proceed to consideration of SCR 16, Com Sub HCR 2, Com Sub for HCR 14, and Com Sub for HCR 19 at one time.
The gentleman from 58th asks that the House proceed to consideration of SCR 16 at Com Sub for HR 2, Com Sub for HR H Concurrent Resolution 14, Com Sub for House Concurrent Resolution 19 collectively. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Question for the House is the adoption of the resolutions. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the resolution is adopted. The House will please request concurrence by the Senate in the adoption of the concurrent resolutions. Bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 123, Treatment for Sexually Transmitted Diseases.
Question for the House is the adoption of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 123 is on STDs. The bill permits a physician to prescribe antibiotic drugs to the sexual partner of a person clinically diagnosed with a sexually transmitted disease without the physical examination of the partner or partners. The department will determine what STDs may be treated using this practice by legislative rule. The treatment is limited to those partners encountered within a 60-day period of time. The prescriber is required to provide the patient with counseling. The bill provides that an MD, DO, PA, APRN, or pharmacist may not be disciplined by their respective boards for performing this practice. Of note, I would like to mention that the bill is sponsored by Senator Stallings, and to my knowledge, he has not changed parties at this time. I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the bill? Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Perdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I applaud the chairman of the committee and the work that was done by the committee to bring this bill to us over the past, I don't know how many years we've been trying to do this. How many? He probably knows. And we haven't been able to get across the finish line. It looks like today we'll get across the finish line. So I urge adoption.
Further members desiring to speak to the adoption of the bill, or passage of the bill? If not, the question for the House is the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk prepare the machine. Has each member voted? So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 97 ayes, 1 nay, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 123.
Order amendments to the title.
Committee on Health moves to amend the title.
Question for the House is the adoption of the title amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the title amendment adopted. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills on third reading.
Senate Bill 261, bringing the state code relating to daylight saving time in conformity with federal code.
Question for the House is adoption of the bill. Gentleman from the 56th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to bring the state code relating to daylight savings time into conformity with the federal code and practice. The bill provides that daylight savings time will commence on the second Sunday in March and will terminate on the first Sunday in November. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from 38, Delegate Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman from the 56 yield to a question?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you. By adopting this, aren't we yielding our state sovereignty to the federal government with regard to setting the time?
We are, and I wish we would stay on daylight savings time year-round because I'd like to go home and it still be daylight.
Thank you. Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 90 ayes, 8 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Senate Bill 261.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2615, West Virginia Small Business Capital Act.
To the members, this bill was advanced to third reading with the limited right to offer an amendment by the gentleman from the 38th Delegate Lane and the gentleman from the 35th Delegate Nelson. Are there amendments?
Delegates Nelson E. and Lane move to amend the bill.
The gentleman from the 38th asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from 38.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the bill in its present form allows crowdfunding but prohibits the issuer or the business from accessing any funds raised until 100% of the funds that they stated in the beginning are raised. So if they go publicize that they want to issue $100,000 worth of equity, it requires them to actually meet that $100,000 goal. The amendment before you reduces that to 10%, so that they may, if they say they want to raise $100,000 and they only reach $10,000, at the time that they have that $10,000 held in escrow, they may then begin to access those funds. I would point out that last year the bill passed the House. It did not have any threshold requirement whatsoever, and I believe that there were some concerns about accessing those funds, and the amendment before you is an attempt at a compromise between the small business having access to the funds, being able to go forward, and protection of those investors, and would ask the body to adopt the amendment.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not the question for the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. As appeared to have it, the ayes do have to declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not the bill be engrossed and read a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2615.
Gentleman from the 35th to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2615 is a bill that creates the West Virginia Small Business Capital Act. This basically allows the exemption of intrastate, so within the borders of West Virginia, the sale and offering of certain securities that do not or will not be required to be registered with the West Virginia Security or under the West Virginia Securities Act. The other name that this is really known as is crowdfunding. In the way of background, crowdfunding is the practice of funding a project or a venture by raising money from a large number of people. Generally, these funds are raised over the internet, via mail, or in private events. The crowdfunding involves three different parties. You have the person or a group that's behind an idea or a project. They're also known as the issuer. They'll be issuing securities. A second party are the individual or groups that support the idea or project. They're the investors. And the third party to the crowdfunding is there is a platform that brings the parties together. And again, most of this is done over the internet. And the platform, and in our case, and I'll speak to that in a little bit, is a platform that's set up with our state auditor. A little history on the background of crowdfunding. The very first crowdfunding was done in 1999 when a group of fans here in the U.S. got together and crowdfunded, or basically raised money so that a British rock band could come and play in the United States. Since then, it's grown worldwide. More than 30 states offer crowdfunding. According to industry sources, as of 2013, there were more than 1 million projects that had used crowdfunding and had raised in excess of $5 billion. One thing about crowdfunding, generally it targets a total raise of less than $1 million. Some of the specifics in the bill. In order to qualify, an issuer or the person raising the money must be a for-profit entity organized in the state of West Virginia. The purchaser, the investor, must be a resident of West Virginia, or if it's an entity investing, it must be organized in the state of West Virginia. The bill before you basically puts $1 million cap on the raise. It can be raised to $2 million if certain financial information is distributed on a quarterly basis. The bill, as amended in the Small Business Committee, basically says that the maximum amount that can be raised from any individual investor is $10,000, unless that investor is what's called an accredited investor. And an accredited investor out in the market is someone that has a net income of over $250,000 or a net worth greater than $1 million. The bill requires, and I believe the amendment just spoke to some of this, that all funds raised must be placed in escrow with a West Virginia attorney. The bill limits the duration of the offering, that it must not last longer than 12 months. A couple of other points. One thing, ineligible entities are, if one of these crowdfunding issuers, if the managers or inside ownership exceeds 20%, they aren't eligible to go into crowdfunding. And the other thing, issuers that have had any issue with the court or the Securities and Exchange Commission in the last 5 years are ineligible to issue these securities. The Finance Committee heard from both the auditor, who will be managing the portal, and was very favorable on this, And we also heard from an industry attorney that was experienced in the issuance of securities and gave us a little background as it relates to how the crowdfunding comes into play. I think given where our state is today, the volume of activity coming out of our two flagship universities, the entrepreneurship that's throughout our state, this is an excellent tool to help those that want to start a business or fund a project to move forward. Again, this is a piece that we do not have available right now for raising capital. And Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Clerk, please read the bill a third time.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2615.
Question for the House passes the bill. Other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 23rd, Doggett Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I rise in support of this piece of legislation. The idea behind crowdfunding is that the populace can take an idea straight to the market and not have to go through a bank to obtain capital in order to do so. And with the onset of social media marketing and the viral capabilities that that provides to the general public that's never been around, at least it's been around for maybe 10 years at the most, it changes the game. And this definitely empowers the populace to create jobs and do so in a much quicker manner. Crowdfunding will allow West Virginians to take local products and take them straight to a global market very quickly. And I do understand that there may be some concerns for people about protection of the public for their investments, but I do indeed trust West Virginians to do due diligence in their research before they submit their money in investment. So I rise in support of this legislation and urge adoption.
Gentleman from the 34th, Doggett Boggs. Gentleman yield. Chairman yield. Chairman yields. Gentleman, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the distinguished Chair of Finance, I appreciate your detailed explanation, and I certainly supported this bill in committee and intend to support it here on the floor of the House. But I wanted to ask you a question that we discussed up in Finance, and I mentioned it to you earlier this morning. I know we're talking about for-profit entities, but you had mentioned in committee that this might be a way for communities to deal with the issue of dilapidated properties. How would that work based on under this bill?
Very good question. Thank you for the question. Many communities, including yours, have various projects, whether it be a historical building or some other, if it would be a pool that they wanted to fund. And how this would work is if that project, in essence, would be communicated out to the community, out to others statewide about what is wanting to be funded, how much is to be raised, and through the internet, that could be a source to bring in extra funding to fund that small little project in one's backyard.
Well, when you mentioned that it would only be applicable for-profit entities, how would a community or a citizens group, how would that work under that?
You want to, I think we just form a separate, basically forming a separate S-corp or partnership just to take in the monies, especially during escrow until it's funded, and then the for-profit would, I would see, could dissolve.
But they would still be eligible for the type of projects that we have, for
Yes.
instance, pools,
Yes.
Historic depots, dilapidated property.
That's correct.
Okay. I appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, at appropriate time, I'd like to speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do rise in support of this legislation. I think that for a number of different entities, it has great promise to provide capital in a sort of a non-traditional way, but especially with the line of questioning that I discussed with the Finance Chairman just now, a lot of our communities, large and small, have a very difficult time with dealing with dilapidated properties and facilities that I think serve a great purpose, but there's not really a good funding stream to work toward those. So with that, I appreciate the explanation from the Finance Chair, and I urge your support for the bill.
Gentleman from the 19th, Delegate Perdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Finance Committee Chair. Just one, and it's a relatively simple question that has broad ramifications, but I'll ask you, I'm sure this is something you considered. Do you feel the public is protected sufficiently in this bill?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 17th, Delegate Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to elaborate just a little bit as well as stand in strong support of this bill. And my good friend from Braxton County, I'll give an example in our community in Huntington where we would love, absolutely love to have something like this, and it's our land bank. One of the biggest problems that our land bank suffers from is lack of money. We can acquire the property, but we have great difficulty as a city having the adequate funds to tear down the dilapidated property. This would be a fantastic aid to our city through our land bank, and so I strongly urge adoption of this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from the 36th, Delegate Guthrie.
Gentleman yield.
Chairman yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going along the same lines as the delegate from Braxton, last year we passed an abandoned housing bill that would help communities start to reinvent themselves. And since then, I've had an awful lot of folks in my communities, which are truly, really struggling, as many others are, say, we've got this abandoned building that's sitting on the market. The city council, say, wants to repurpose that building. Would the city council then have to set up a group of people that would be for profit in order to accomplish the purpose of reinventing that building?
In this case, if they wanted to use crowdfunding, there would have to be a for-profit entity created.
Explain how that would work, given the parameters that I just mentioned to you.
Well, you could have a group of people that come together, form a limited liability company, an S-corp, whatever, in order to go to the market through the internet or mail to accept these dollars coming in under the crowdfunding exemption of securities offering.
Okay. All right. I know that that's the exact same answer you just gave the gentleman from Braxton, but it's at the appropriate time, Mr. Speaker, to speak to the bill.
Lady may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm in favor of this bill 100% too. If you travel to any of the communities in the 36th district, and I'm sure in many of your districts as well, you'll notice that we are definitely struggling. And any incentive that we can provide for communities to reinvent themselves, reinvent their economies, is a good piece of bipartisan legislation that I think we all should support. We've had a lot of luck up in the north central part of the state because of a lot of public investment that was made. But what we're now struggling with is the downturn in the coal economy and the energy economy and the chemical economy, which is not coming back the way we had all hoped it would. And our communities are fairly desperate to try to figure out how their communities won't become ghost towns. Now, this is maybe not the biggest deal. Last year, the abandoned housing bill was not the biggest deal, but it's certainly at least one more incentive that we can provide to communities. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I'm 100% behind this bill.
John from the 50th, Delegate Manchin.
Would the distinguished chair continue to yield?
Gentleman yields.
The gentleman from the 19th asked you if the public was protected, and I remember this bill from a long time ago, but I don't remember what protections there are. Obviously, we've gotten rid of some of the requirements from the securities aspect of it. Do you recall what provisions of the code would still protect the public from somebody simply raising money and absconding with it or using it for some other purpose?
As my good counsel informs me, and you're still protected under the Securities Act for civil penalties are against civil penalties. Is that correct? And still subject to the bad actor provisions that are within the securities law or registration. And then as part of this, you initially are letting others know what the purpose of your funds are to be used for. And obviously, if the purpose goes outside of that, then you're subject to criminal penalties.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Appreciate it, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman for 36, Delegate Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman continues.
I'm concerned when the bill came through small business, and I think maybe even last year, we had $1 million cap on it. And it seemed to have a small business feel, but the cap was increased in finance to $2 million. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, it's still $1 million. It can go up to $2 million if the issuer files quarterly financial statements to the investors and others.
Okay, in other words, it has a $2 million cap if they just file
$2 million
quarterly,
cap,
and,
yes.
and so it would be pretty easy to do that.
I wouldn't see many going that high, honestly.
The protection for investors, I understand that it's still $10,000 is the maximum any one person can invest.
Unless they are an accredited investor.
Now, once they are determined to be an accredited investor, let's say we have a widow who has $1.2 million, would she qualify as an accredited investor?
Well, again, depending on the annual income of at $250,000, and I believe, is it and or $1 million total net worth. And then there's some other provisions within the long list of qualifying as an accredited investor.
But for accredited investor, I understood that it was or, that it was either over $250,000 in income a year or having assets that exceeded $1 million. Is it or?
I believe it is, and that is a federal guideline.
Okay. Now, is there any limit on how much, once the widow is qualified for, say, has an income of 1.2 and is qualified to invest, is there any limit on how much that investor might be put upon to invest?
As I maybe wasn't necessarily clear enough, no one individual investor can have more than 20% ownership in this entity.
Okay, so if it were a $2 million plan, then she would be able to be encouraged to invest up to $400,000?
Well, let's just say technically she could be eligible to go up to $400,000. Encouraged is awful strong.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Lady from the 16th, Delegate Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman continue to yield?
Gentleman's getting his exercise today. Yeah.
Isn't the beauty of crowdfunding that it also encourages entrepreneurship?
Absolutely.
And say I was the best cookie baker in Cabell County, and I used to give all my friends cookies for Christmas, and then they started ordering cookies, and I couldn't keep up with all those orders, and I needed to expand and go into a professional kitchen, and I had to buy special cellophane and special ribbons, and people wanted things with Star Wars on them, and they wanted things with Batman on them. So I had to hire someone to help me. Would this not be a perfect example of what crowdfunding could do?
This is an absolutely perfect tool, and then, as I think I mentioned to the young lady, she could go visit Shark Tank.
Thank you.
Okay.
Jump from the 50th, Delegate Manchin.
Would the gentleman continue to yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield.
Inquiring minds around me want to know, why couldn't it be extended to nonprofits?
I believe this is more of a securities law because it's very difficult for nonprofits to issue stock, is it not?
Yeah, I think you're right. Except I also have trouble understanding how you can have a for-profit company that's going to be used to tear down buildings when there's no reasonable likelihood of ever making a profit off of it.
Well, again, that's all speculation, right?
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Not the question for the gentleman from the 51st, Delegate Kirchhoff.
Ask a Rule 49 opinion.
You're tuned to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. A reminder, we will bring you today's Senate floor session as soon as the House floor session has concluded. Again, the delegate is speaking to House Speaker Tim Armstead if there is some sort of conflict of interest with him voting on House Bill 2615, the West Virginia Small Business Capital Act. He has to explain his reason of the conflict to the Speaker, and the Speaker will rule from the chair.
To the gentleman, as you've explained it to me, you work for an investment firm that could be in some way affected by this bill in terms of future investments, but to the extent that it would have an impact on you, it would be as a member of a class, and therefore the gentleman would be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 38th, Delegate Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to stand and thank the lady from the 16th for moving the bill through her committee, and the gentleman from the 35th and ushering it through here on the floor. As a sponsor of the bill, I'm happy, first of all, that we passed it last year. I'm happy that we have decided to take it up again this year, and I truly believe that this is going to be an opportunity for the 40,000 small businesses that currently exist in West Virginia to be able to expand and grow and provide new jobs in our communities. And I would suggest to you as well that it's going to be an opportunity for those entrepreneurs who are out there and who have yet to come up with their idea and have yet to formulate their plan to be able to understand that they have an opportunity through crowdfunding to grow their business, to start their business, to fund it, and to grow it into something that they would like to see. Some other states have already adopted this. They've seen some positive benefits. And I think that with our economy in West Virginia, this is certainly a tool for entrepreneurs to grow our economy and add jobs. And we'd just like to thank the members for passage last year and hopefully passage again this year.
Gentleman from the 1st, Delegate McGeehan.
Mr. Speaker, will the chair yield?
Gentleman yield? Gentleman yields.
So just to get this straight real quick, currently this market practice, crowdfunding, is restricted or prohibited in a much more restrictive manner without this bill. Is that correct?
It is not allowed. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill before I recognize the gentleman from the 35th to close debate. Gentleman from the 35th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One thing, this is just an extra tool in our toolbox to move our state forward. I urge passage.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. Next question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2615.
All amendments to the title. Not titles read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4146, providing insurance cover abuse deterrent opioid analgesic drugs.
Question for the House is the adoption of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Ellington, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the committee sub for House Bill 4146, providing insurance coverage for abuse-deterrent opioid analgesic drugs. This bill was initially recommended for passage by the Joint Committee on Health. The bill requires that insurance coverage for abuse-deterrent opioid analgesic drugs beginning on January 1st of 2017. Abuse-deterrent technologies have been designed to make products manipulation more difficult and to make abuse of the manipulation product less attractive and rewarding. The bill requires insurance to cover at least one abuse-deterrent opioid analgesic drug. A name brand abuse-deterrent opioid analgesic drug shall be placed in the lowest cost-sharing tier for name brand drugs, and also a generic abuse-deterrent opioid analgesic drug will be placed in the lowest cost-sharing tier for generic drugs, which should provide better access to these types of drugs. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from 35th, Delegate Stansberry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge passage of this bill. I don't need to tell you how serious the opioid drug crisis is here in West Virginia, how many West Virginians have died, how many West Virginians are struggling with addiction each and every day in our communities and perhaps even in our own families. And this bill may not cure all. This bill may not provide every solution that we need, but it's definitely an important part of the package of solutions that we're putting forward this session. 34 out of 100,000 West Virginians died every year from drug abuse, from opioid abuse. And opioid drug abuse costs the United States over $56 billion a year. So tremendous cost in human life, tremendous costs in dollars. These abuse-deterrent formulations are estimated to reduce opioid overdoses by 20%. So that could create a significant cost savings and savings in human life. These abuse-deterrent formulations, unfortunately, are more expensive, and many times payers, insurance companies and others, rule that they are too expensive and that a less expensive generic product must be substituted. So this bill seeks to get patients the abuse-deterrent formulation that is prescribed by their doctor instead of the non-abuse-deterrent formulation, generic, that's available for a less expensive price. Other times payers will say that they must fail on a non-abuse-deterrent formulation before they're eligible for the abuse-deterrent formulation. Well, we know with opioid abuse, failure sometimes, and many times, equates death. So failure is not an option here, folks. We must provide these abuse-deterrent formulations to our citizens of West Virginia. So many folks here in the state deal with chronic pain. Opioids are a very effective way of dealing with that chronic pain. They're not going away anywhere anytime soon. So we've done a lot of things to encourage responsible prescribing and responsibility amongst the doctors who are prescribing those and the pharmacists that are filling the prescriptions. So again, this is just another step to make sure that patients have access to adequate pain control while at the same time providing safeguards to help resist abuse and other problems associated with these types of drugs. So Mr. Speaker, members, I urge passage. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 17th, Delegate Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to strongly urge that this bill pass. And I'm going to speak firsthand as someone who runs a physician's office and actually has to deal with the insurance companies. And I will piggyback in on my good friend and office mate from Kanawha's comments. Insurance companies aren't going to want to do this willingly. But we've got a huge problem in this state, and we can't deny this. It's going to cost a few dollars more. There's no doubt about it. But you can't fail the generic because failure equals death. So we have to do this. We have to spend a little bit more money through our insurance programs. And yeah, this is going to cost state more money through Medicaid and PEIA. It is. But we have to fight this problem in every angle. And frankly, this is a problem. And the pharmaceutical companies spent some money. And they did some research, and they have come up with abuse-deterrent opioid products. And this is one area where we need to back them up a little bit and say we're going to use it. And we're going to spend a little bit more money to save some lives and hopefully get the drug problem in this state under control. So, Mr. Speaker and members, I urge strong adoption of this bill. Thank you.
John from the first, Delegate McGeehan.
Will the chair yield for a question?
Gentleman yields. Yes.
Has there been any studies or economic assessments on what exactly the rise and increase in private insurance premiums will be with regard to passing this mandate?
There wasn't any study on that, and there wasn't any fiscal note to this part.
Okay. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 22nd, Eldridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too rise on this important legislation. Drugs has affected not only individuals, it's affected our workforce, it has affected our families. Last year I introduced this legislation. I tried to amend it on the floor. It didn't make it. But I do commend the chairman for working it this summer in interims. And I do commend the committee on pushing this legislation forward. And I commend you, Mr. Speaker, for putting it up for a vote. If this deters one person from abusing, it's well worth it. Thank you.
Gentleman for the 19th, Delegate Perdue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do support this bill, but I would like to call your attention to a couple of things. Yes, it will be more expensive, but we really don't have a choice. And the reason we don't have a choice is because there are very few drug companies that are producing drug formulations that don't induce the ability to abuse them. I think this kind of legislation carried to its conclusion and carried to its conclusion in other states will incent the drug industry to create more formulations like the ones that the few that are available now. Yes, it is going to cost more, but again, I don't think we have a choice here. It's interesting that on the one hand, what we're doing is going to cost us a little more. It's going to make a little more for some drug companies. But at the end of the day, hopefully, that drug industry that we have seen be someone who's not necessarily partnering with us will become a partner because they will produce more of these kind of formulations. So I support this legislation with absolutely no reservation.
Gentleman from the 20th, Delegate Markham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chairman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman
Thank
yields.
you. Did you give us a couple examples of what abuse-deterrent opioid drugs are?
There is one that we're aware of. We don't have the name brand at this point, so I can't give you any specific ones, and I'm not aware of the ones in particular. But
Okay.
I do know that there are several that do exist.
What about like Suboxone or
No,
methadone?
that's not
Okay, I
Tampa
just wanted to make sure those weren't covered. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from the 13th, Delegate Cadle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Is this going to make it harder on doctors to prescribe painkillers for legitimate patients? Let me back up here. West Virginia, we're hardworking people, and anybody who's 50+ years old has worked for a living. Most of those people have to have some kind of pain medicine to get through the day. And, you know, if we make it so hard on doctors that they don't want to write prescriptions for these people, then they're going to have to go out of state, whatever. But I mean, I know a pain clinic that closed, and I know the people that ran it, and I've talked to you about that, and they were legitimate people not trying to do anything illegal, but DHHR closed them down because of rules they made that they couldn't even explain.
The answer to your question, I think you go both ways with that. I think in the long run, it's going to make it easier. Obviously, anything we put into insurance can make things difficult on someone prescribing. It doesn't preclude us from prescribing generic analgesics, even narcotic ones. Trying to get something pre-approved from an insurance agency, that is more difficult from a prescriber standpoint when you have to get it pre-authorized before you can give it. So in certain cases, when you want to give one of these abuse deterrent ones, it's easier to do that if it's already in code. If we had to battle the insurance companies themselves and try to get them to prove it,
that would be a long rigmarole right there. And so that would deter people from putting them on those kind of medications.
All right. As a now, the drug problem, would you say that the doctor writing the script, more than likely, he knows his patient well enough to know who needs, who don't need, and basically...
Yeah, in general, when we prescribe, we limit how much we prescribe, but you also look at who you are prescribing to. If you have suspicion for someone that might be diverting medications, these type would be the ones that are abuse tamper or tamper resistant would be the best ones to give.
So maybe we ought to be checking out some of the doctors a little closer?
Well, that would be another topic.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I don't know where I'm at on this bill. I want to do something about the drug problem. I don't have an issue with that. Well, I know we have a drug problem, tremendous drug problem, but we also got to look out after the people who need pain medicines. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair for the 63rd, Delegate Folk.
Gentleman yield.
Gentleman yield. Chairman yield. Gentleman yields.
Yes. You're getting your OBGYN aerobics today, aren't you?
That's all right. I need it.
Are these considered experimental drugs?
No, I think they're FDA approved drugs.
Okay, so they're FDA approved. Are you aware of any insurance companies that currently cover these kind of drugs?
There are some that probably do. It's just like, as I said, that there's more of a cost, and that's prohibitive to the patient to get that. So we're just trying to make at least select ones available.
So you would agree that the market has somewhat found that there's a need for it because some insurance companies are covering it, correct?
There is a need for it, yes. We're just trying to speed that process up.
And you consider this a mandate, wouldn't you? You consider this a mandate if we pass it?
Well, I think it would help.
But it's a mandate. As a state, we're mandating that a private insurance company provides a certain product.
Well, it could be sort of one Band-Aid to it, but I think in the long run, as more of those formulations are available, you'll see a lot more medications going in that direction. And then maybe that'll drive the cost down eventually.
Speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
You know, the example he just gave, that we'd see more and costs would be driven down in a free market system because we're going to mandate something. That's the same arguments we heard with affordable health care. I can't in good conscience support this bill. Thank you.
The lady from the 49th, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to address a few of the concerns from the delegate from the 13th. Any patient that needs an opioid that sees a physician will still continue to get that. However, if you have a patient in your exam and you notice they've been snorting this up their nose or shooting it in their arm, you will decide that it would be better for that patient to do the alternative, where the pill itself cannot be altered. It will not work if you change the form. If you choose not to swallow it, but you want to snort it or shoot it up, it's not going to work.
Gentleman from the 30th, Delegate Bates.
To the members, just to answer a couple of questions. I've done some independent research on this issue in an attempt to defend it in the Small Banking and Insurance Committee, and the industry projections in terms of per member per cost per month is approximately 20 cents. So approximately 20 cents per member per month is the increased cost to allow these medications to be included in the lowest tier with regard to insurance coverage. There are currently 5 of these medications that are currently available that have this technology. It is relatively new technology. There's about 30 that are in development right now. So this is an evolving area and essentially creates a level playing field for these medications as they become available with these medications that are currently available that are causing immense human cost and economic cost to the state of West Virginia. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 56th, Delegate Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the highly distinguished health chair yield?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yield.
Yes. Highly distinguished?
Highly distinguished.
Okay.
One of the questions I have, is there anything in this bill that requires a doctor to prescribe these in place of?
It does not require them to prescribe, it just gives them that option if they feel they want to.
If we have a doctor that is prescribing these to people that shouldn't be getting them, so in other words, they could continue to do that.
Yeah, they can.
Do you believe this will add cost to insurance?
Probably nominal, but not too much. I think as time goes on, we'll see some improvement in that, and it may cut down on the abuse the abuse part of it.
Thank you.
The gentleman from the 50th, Delegate Manchin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support this bill, and I know that there are some folks in here who have some concern about increased insurance costs, but I think sometimes we fail to remember what the purpose of insurance was and how it began. Insurance initially began as part of benevolent organizations who were trying to protect families from decimating losses of a wage earner. And they didn't look to whether you were a smoker or not, or how old you were. You basically paid in, and if something happened, then they paid out. And it was sharing the risk. Well, we now have an epidemic amongst us. And this is a society problem. It's not just a personal problem. It's not just a single family problem. This is all of our problem nowadays. And we need to take these steps, and we need to be prepared to share in that cost just like they did in the old days. And we need to keep that in mind. So I urge adoption.
Jump from the 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Would the chairman yield, please?
Gentleman yield? Gentleman yields.
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, am I correct in understanding that this is a mandate on, in essence, any health insurance policy?
Yes, it is.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Okay, so regardless of any arm's length transaction or negotiations that took place between the insurance company and the policy holder and the terms that they agreed to contractually, this now is going to be the West Virginia government taking that policy and writing a term into the policy.
I would say so, and then what is it, effective in 2017? Yeah, so they would just rewrite their formulary.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Ladies and gentlemen, I certainly, like everyone else in this room, recognize that we have an epidemic drug problem, but I just have a real problem, and in good conscience, I cannot vote for this for the reason that these insurance policies, whether it's a company and an individual, a company, an insurance company, and an employer, a group policy, an HMO, there is an arm's length transaction, a negotiation that takes place in that contract. The insurance policy is a contract. And what gives me great pause with this otherwise valiant effort is now we as government are going to say, okay, let's take a look at your policy, and now we're just going to write our own term in there. And there's been a lot of upheaval over Obamacare. And some of those opposed to Obamacare have the same argument that, hey, these policies out there are arm's length transactions and bargain for exchange, and now the federal government has just decided that we're going to take those policies and we're going to start writing our own terms in, our own mandates and our own costs, et cetera, et cetera. That being the case, I cannot in good conscience vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The lady from the 43rd, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to speak to the bill, please.
Lady may proceed.
You know, we've talked a little bit about insurance companies and the rates going up, and then I heard my distinguished gentleman that sits beside me say that's 20 cents. those of you that were in this body 6 years ago, and we passed a bill that mandated insurance coverage for children with autism. You know, we did it because it was the right thing to do. And sometimes we are responsible for mandates. And I know a lot of us in here do not want anyone to tell us what to do. But you know what? We are responsible to protect the people of West Virginia. And I've worked in healthcare for almost 30 years. And you know, insurance companies, they change their formulary all the time. And if you look, and if you're involved in insurance at all, new medications tend to never be on the formulary. And if they are rated very high, where the person who is the insurer pays the highest amount of money. As we all know, the state of West Virginia, we have the highest number of overdose deaths in the state of West Virginia for narcotics and heroin. If we, like my friend said, if we save one life, we have done something good. And I would hope that we could come out of this house today saying that we did something good, that we saved a life, and that if it cost us 20 cents and because someone told us we had to do it, we could put that behind us and do what is right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
John from the 17th, Elliot Rohrbach.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to rise as a physician to elaborate on a few of the questions that were asked. First of all, this doesn't make it any easier or any harder with this bill for a physician to prescribe narcotics. And I'd like to change the title of this bill, but I can't. Instead of tamper-resistant product would be the title that I would give this. This simply rewards us as a society to say we're not going to let some of this stuff get out as easily into our communities that's not used by legitimate patients, but it gets into the drug network and it's sold over the street corners and all these things. Now all we're doing is putting out a tamper-resistant form of this so that's fine. They can crush it. Guess what? Doesn't work. Doesn't get them high. Personally, my friend from Raleigh, I'd like to commend. I think that's worth 20 cents for this state to make a statement. So people that are on the fence on this bill, all I'm going to tell you is if you don't vote for this, you're voting to continue the status quo. This is a bill that's going to make it easier to put product out there that is tamper resistant, and I think that's worth 20 cents for this state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Are there other members desiring to speak to passage of the bill before I recognize the gentleman from the 27th to close? Gentleman from 27th, Elliot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I mean, there are some very, very valid points that were brought up in discussion at this point. Even though we did not do a formal fiscal note on this, the insurance companies did provide us some information on the cost differences. As the gentleman from the 30th had mentioned, it was not a very high charge. And the way the bill reads is that they're supposed to give at least one alternative on their formulary. Doesn't mean that every single one will be on the formulary, at least one that's in the generic and one that's in the brand name. They are able to do a utilization review afterwards on an annual basis to look at the cost effectiveness of that and seeing if it's impacting their membership significantly as far as premiums. There are other cases that are out there as far as when other medications have been mandated to be prescribed. So this isn't the first time this is being discussed. We're just looking at something that is affecting us in West Virginia that we think this is the right path to take. There may be some debate. I think time will tell if this is successful or not. But it is, as the gentleman from Kanawha mentioned, another tool in the toolbox for us to work with. So I would urge support of this. Thank you.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 34th.
Mr. Speaker, Rule 49.
As the gentleman has explained his circumstances, I believe the gentleman is on the board of directors of a company that may be providing these prescriptions. And to that degree, I don't believe it would be a direct impact to you personally, but to the extent it might be, it would be as a member of a class, and therefore the gentleman would be directed to vote. The question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. This question, 89 ayes, 9 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4146.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4188 relating to the development and implementation of a program to facilitate commercial sponsorship of rest areas.
Question for the House is passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4188 is a bill that will provide a program to facilitate commercial sponsorship of our rest areas, our welcome centers, and along roads. The bill directs funds received from the sponsorship agreements to be deposited in our state road fund. The bill allows the Division of Highways to promulgate legislative or emergency rules to establish and implement the program. And in particular, these rules will address the industries and type of advertising. I'll let the body know that any particular sponsorship along our interstate highways will be subject to federal law. The committee substitute in finance eliminated the new committee that was to be created and instead asked that the Division of Highways report back to the Joint Committee on Government and Finance by December 1 with their rules. This has been a very popular program in a number of states, especially our neighboring state, Virginia. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the 48th, Delegate Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very simple bill that I've been working on with a few other members for the last couple years, and as many of you have probably driven across the country, noticed that a lot of other states do similar programs. So I just think it's a simple bill that will allow the state to turn an expense into a possible source of revenue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Does gentleman wish to close? Not question for the House is the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. So each member voted. If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4188.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4218, expanding the definition of underground facility in the One Call System Act.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to implement a formal recommendation offered by the West Virginia Commission on Oil and Natural Gas Industry Safety, which Governor Tomlin convened by executive order, and this bill is at the request of the governor. Specifically, the bill expands the definition of underground facility in the One Call System Act to include underground production or gathering pipelines for gas, oil, or any hazardous substances, and these lines have to be 4 inches in diameter or greater and not otherwise subject to one-call reporting requirements under federal or state law. The one-call system was adopted in 1966, and its stated purpose is to enhance the safety of the citizens of West Virginia and provide increased production to underground facilities from damage due to excavation or demolition by providing for the operation of a one-call system for use by operators of underground facilities and by persons engaged in excavation or demolition in the vicinity of underground facilities. Amendments were made in the Committee on Energy and the Committee on Judiciary to refine, clarify, and address concerns as to what 4-inch pipelines fall within the scope of the new definition. Revisions were worked out with industry, the Public Service Commission, and the Governor's Office to state that the new law will apply to underground pipelines with a nominal inside diameter in excess of 4 inches. Per the experts, piping in the industry is measured by the inside diameter and does not include the width of the actual pipe material. Nominal refers to the fact that typically pipe as sold will have variations, and so it is referred to as nominal in that it is sold, for example, as 4-inch pipe, even though it may not be exactly 4 inches in diameter. Even though this concept may be clear to engineers or those in the industry, it was felt to be best to be clear in the code so that there was no confusion as to which pipeline sizes would fall under the new definition. Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Gentleman from the 40th, Delegate Armstead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 49, I would just ask for a ruling as to whether I should be directed to vote. I work for a company that owns pipelines, underground natural gas pipelines, many of which, or probably most of which, are already covered by the law because they are covered by Federal Energy Regulatory Committee regulations, but there may be some additional pipelines that would be now covered under this that belong to the company for which I work, and therefore I would ask for a ruling whether I should be directed to vote.
To the gentleman, it is my understanding that as an employee of the company, and there are similar companies situated in this state aside from the one you work for, and that you would not be particularly advantaged or disadvantaged by voting upon this measure, as I direct you to vote.
That's Delegate Bill Anderson of Wood County, the Speaker.
First desiring to speak to the passage of the bill. Not the question for the House is the passage of the bill. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. Clerk, prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On the question, 98 ayes, 0 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4218.
Are there amendments to the title? Not the title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills on third reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4228 relating to transportation network companies.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 35th, Delegate Nelson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 4228, dealing with transportation network companies, or probably better referred to as our Uber bill. This bill sets the conditions and duties for which transportation network companies, also known as TNCs, that operate in the state through which drivers, using their own motor vehicles, provide a transportation service for their passengers utilizing a web-based or digital-based device. The thing about this bill this year, there is nothing in it as it relates to taxi cabs, our current form of transportation. I'll go through some of the specifics in the bill. It sets requirements under which the TNC is permitted to operate, and they basically have to go through the Division of Motor Vehicles. They must provide a copy of their operating plan. They must pay a $1,000 annual permit fee, and this fee goes into our motor vehicle fund. The governing fares that may be charged to passengers are noted when one signs up for this service. So one knows before they get picked up how much their fare is going to be for going from point A to point B. It sets the requirements for the identification of drivers and their vehicles. It sets the governing law as it relates to the receipt of fares. The receipts are all electronic. One does not receive a paper receipt with this. A big issue that has been discussed evolves around insurance. While one is logged into the system, in other words, when that driver gets the little ding and accepts the fare, it's a $50,000 death and injury per person. It's $100,000 coverage per incident, and it has a $25,000 property coverage. Each of those limits is double what a regular automobile insurance policy that you and I have is. In addition, the TNC, there's an overriding $1 million liability policy. And if the driver doesn't have that, the TNC must provide that. There are additional provisions within the insurance side that if a driver does not have certain levels of insurance coverage, that the TNC must provide that. Conditions of employment for a driver. A driver is an independent contractor. A driver must set up or, fill out an application before becoming a driver. A driver is subject to background checks. A driver must be 19 years or older. There is zero tolerance for drug use, zero. No specific territory can be assigned a driver. And it does not restrict what else a driver can do. So a driver could have numerous other jobs and then have this on the side as well. It doesn't provide workers' comp for a driver. However, a driver can purchase workers' comp on their own. Within this bill, TNCs, there's a policy for non-discrimination as it relates to riders and potential riders that cannot be any stricter than our state law. The companies as well as the drivers are all subject to our regular tax structure. And Mr. Speaker, this is used in a number of states throughout the United States. The feedback has been very positive. These are quality rides. And I think you'll see this become quite popular, should it be passed, in our larger cities here of Charleston, Morgantown, and Huntington, especially with our students. And Mr. Speaker, I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? The lady from the 18th, Delegate Sabonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield for a few questions?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Thank you. Before I can vote for this, this didn't go through any of the committees that I served on, so I didn't have the benefit of the information and debate. There was a class action lawsuit that they currently are subject to. Uber is currently subject to a judicial approval, and it was $28.5 million because it was a massive class action lawsuit that said that the Uber drivers, I guess they advertised that they were the safest on the road, the safest service on the road, but they did not check against the National Sex Offender Registry or employee fingerprint identification. And I did notice in the bill that it does require some type of background check. Is it fingerprint background checks?
No, there's not a fingerprint background check with this.
Because this, it says that between any Uber passenger for the last 3 years, between January 1st, 2013 and January 31st, 2016, which was just a month ago, that they would be allowed to participate in this massive class action lawsuit because of the safety issue. So that was just last month. I'm wondering what was different moving forward for Uber or for companies similar when it relates to passenger safety.
I can't speak to that. Don't know.
Okay. My second question would be, there's currently a class action lawsuit in California that contends that Uber treats their drivers like employees without paying benefits normally afforded to employees, such as health insurance and workers' comp. And because Uber determines which drivers are subject to termination. So my second question would be, what would happen with the West Virginia law if that is determined that Uber is in fact an employer and not just that the drivers aren't independent contractors?
Can't speak to that either.
Okay, my third one would be, there was an article about the surge pricing where fares skyrocket. Is there any protections in this legislation that prohibits the TNCs from doing surge pricing for certain like peak demand areas? As I know that the taxi drivers cannot do such. They can't increase their ride fares at peaks, like say New Year's Eve or at peak times. Taxi drivers are not allowed to do that. So is there anything in this that would prohibit surge pricing for TNCs?
There's nothing within this bill that prohibits surge pricing.
Thank you.
Gentleman from the 10th, Delegate Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week in this chamber, there was a considerable amount of discussion about what's right and what's wrong. Today, again, we're going to talk about what's right and what's wrong. House Bill 4228, as we see it, the right side of it is it's something that's going to create some new jobs in the state of West Virginia. What's wrong about it? Well, taxi companies aren't mentioned in the bill, yet it's inferred, and there is direct competition. Both of these industries provide the same thing. They provide rides for people to go to different places within a community. Now let's compare a little bit. Taxi company has to, they're regulated by the Public Service Commission. That taxi has to have a meter that tells how many miles you go and what the fare is. Uber doesn't have to have that. That fare in a taxi business is set and it's regulated by the Public Service Commission. And that meter, not only is it required, but the Public Service Commission actually inspects that meter and verifies that that meter is correct. Uber doesn't have that. The only thing you're going to do is negotiate a price with the driver. Some taxi services in the state of West Virginia are allowed to charge and take their payment on a credit card while others aren't. And taxi services are required by law to provide workers' compensation for all of their employees. Workers' compensation, as our chairman said this evening, or this afternoon, workers' compensation isn't required for an Uber driver. So we are creating a situation of unfair competition between two industries within the state of West Virginia that both provide the same service. And for that reason, Mr. Chairman, I would urge rejection of the bill. Thank you.
Gentleman from the 48th, Delegate Hamrick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clear up a couple things, one thing I did hear mentioned was that the driver with Uber or Lyft would have something to do with the pricing, and that is not the case. Those rates are determined by the companies depending on which city that they are in. And I also heard some talk of what is right and what's wrong. To me, what's wrong is government setting regulations to freeze an entire new industry out of our economy, and that basically everything that we should be encouraging in our economy is currently frozen out of it. The American people have chosen an economy currently which the most valuable retailer in America, Amazon, owns not a single store. The largest transportation company, Uber, owns not a single vehicle. And the largest accommodation provider in the country, Airbnb, owns not a single hotel. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge passage of this legislation, and a quote that I'd like to use from a certain senator from Florida, yesterday is over.
Gentleman from the 17th, Doug Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I'd like to commend the Roads Chair and Finance Chair for getting this bill on the agenda expeditiously. In my 10 years of being in the House, I've probably been contacted and stopped on the street more times about this legislation than I think any other piece of legislation. Just this week, I was contacted by the Mr. Compton from our Convention and Visitors Bureau, who said that this legislation is absolutely critical to helping with tourism and getting conventions. You know, we've been fortunate enough in Cabell County to have these baseball tournaments and these soccer tournaments come to bring thousands of people. And a cab company on a day like today can do a great job with, you know, keeping people. But whenever you want to bring conventions or you want to have events like that, there needs to be more transportation. And he said that one of the hardest things they have to deal with is getting people around. And if people want to go downtown, they're afraid they'll get stranded. And then secondly, I've been contacted by a lot of students at Marshall that talk about on a Saturday football weekend night, you can't get a cab. And so I would hope that most people would see this also as a public safety piece of legislation, that on those weekends, you know, those people are going to need rides. And finally, there is some criticism that's absolutely fair, that this one company has surge pricing or may do other things with their labor practices that are maybe not the best. And I think anytime you have a monopoly, you're going to have those type of issues. But I hope this legislature would go ahead and pass this bill and hope that this is out there, that other companies get involved, that there's maybe local entrepreneurs that as this technology becomes more ubiquitous, they would want to compete with Uber. And if not, in the future, we're probably going to have to. If it's just a monopoly, the Public Service Commission is probably going to have to look at those type of issues. But for safe transportation, I would strongly urge passage of this legislation.
Lady from the 3rd, Douglas Torch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to rise to support this piece of legislation. As you saw Friday, I had my son here with me. Seth's a freshman at the University of Kentucky, and when he started, his first tweet was, when you're a college student that doesn't have a car, Uber is your best friend. And I can attest from his bank statements that I still get that he spends a lot of time and money with Uber drivers. In April of 2015, Jonathan Kruger was a 22-year-old student at the University of Kentucky that was killed by an 18-year-old and a 20-year-old that robbed him when he was walking home from the library. Jonathan was a photo editor for the school newspaper, and for whatever reason, even though in Kentucky Uber is an available option of transportation, he didn't elect to use this. And when these two people that were not students at the school opted to come and rob him and kill him, I imagine that his family would have preferred he had gone home with a safe ride like Uber. And so every time I look at my son's bank statement and see the amount of money he spends at Cane's and also with Uber drivers, I am glad that when he is being transported, he's being transported safely. And I think that this generation sees things a little differently than we do. I admit that I was 5 when he was born, but at the age of 18, he does have he has everything in his phone. You know, he goes to his phone for absolutely everything. He can pull up and order a pizza, he can talk to friends, he can communicate, he can find everything he wants in his phone. His grandmother likes that when he helps her with some of the things she'd like to try to do, like middle finger text all her family at Christmas, but that's a whole other story. So I think that to have students that are so used to going to their phone have the opportunity to pull up an app such as Uber or Lyft and see that they can get a ride, be where they need to be, pay. It's all handled in one place that they're so used to going, and we need to adjust our thinking to accommodate this generation also. Thank you.
The gentleman from the 13th, Doug Ely.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Stand in support of the bill today. Obviously, we need to be welcoming to new business in our state. Obviously, we're all here looking to reduce the amount of drunk drivers that might be on our road, and giving folks another option to get a ride home is a good thing. Getting more cars on the road, taking people places, gets people consuming more gasoline, and that's more money spent for fuel tax. and that go in to improve our roads, and that's good. So I'm definitely for Uber. I also want to stand, and other companies as well, and I also want to stand in defense of the surge pricing policy because I've heard some criticism about it. To me, surge pricing is capitalism at work. It is a simple balance of supply and demand. And when the supply of available drivers willing to drive is too low and the demand is too high, surge pricing motivates those drivers to say, yeah, I'll go out for, I may not go out for a few bucks, but I'll go out for that amount of money. Meanwhile, the person who would like to ride is actually able to ride where he otherwise wouldn't be. So it's simply a way of the market being able to provide services in a more efficient way than they otherwise would be. Having said that, being pro-business and being pro-capitalism are not always the same thing. And while I am for this bill, I am for Uber and other companies being able to operate in our state because allowing them to operate is better than not allowing them to operate. I think those of us that are really consider ourselves to be pro-capitalism really need to take a look at these and other pieces of legislation. I think what our goal needs to be is removing barriers to entry for companies like these instead of just adding regulatory carve-outs to kind of shoehorn them in. So while I do support this bill and do support new companies in our marketplace, I encourage us to keep a laser-focused mind as we go forward to eliminating barriers to competition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 58th, Delegate Coles.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, what we have before us is a fair, reasonable, bipartisan bill that I think will accomplish three things, 3 points in the bill. Number one is that it's safe, reliable transportation. West Virginia should join the 300 cities and 27 other states that allow business travelers and tourists options like Uber and Lyft. But secondly, employment and jobs. The TNCs provide additional opportunities for employment for seniors, young students, veterans. And I read a story that in Toronto, when Uber was authorized in Toronto, in 3 years, they created the equivalent of 8,000 full-time jobs. So don't discount the opportunity for employment and jobs in the bill before you. But third is DUI reductions. There's been a marked reduction in DUIs in cities where Uber has been allowed. Those three things together are three great important reasons to support the bill, and I would urge your support and passage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman from the 56th, Delegate Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we're seeing here is an industry in transition. Taxis have been around since before there were cars. They were horse-drawn. And at one point, taxis had to be built to a specific specification. That's why you saw the Checker taxi cabs. That company built cars specifically to be used as taxis. This past November, out in Las Vegas at a trade show, I had the opportunity to use Uber at the urging of the gentleman from Harrison County and had conversations like you do in a taxi with the driver. The Uber drivers, I asked them what they thought about the competition with the taxi. Every Uber driver said, well, I drive a taxi during for one of the other companies, and when I need extra hours, I turn on the Uber app and use my personal car and do the same thing. Also got in some of the taxis and asked them what they thought about Uber. Every taxi driver I talked to said the same thing, said when I get done driving the taxi, I turn on the Uber app. So what we're seeing is an industry in transition. Times are changing. We need to keep up with the times and change with them. This is a good bill, and I urge your support.
John for 37th, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chairman of Finance, please yield.
Gentleman yields.
Yes, thank you. Just a couple quick questions. You said the drivers are considered independent contractors, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So I'm just trying to think how they log into the phone app, somebody else, the customer's on the app. The money doesn't change hands between the customer and the driver. It goes directly, from their account to the app, which goes to the company. Is that correct?
It's all electronic.
It's all electronic.
All electronic.
And I guess then Uber or whatever the company is, whether it's Uber or Lyft, or they would send the driver a check.
I'm assuming that's the way that they have some electronic form of paying the driver.
Okay. And taxes are not taken out?
Yeah, they have to comply with all state or all taxes within the state.
But if they're an independent contractor, would the taxes, would their state taxes be taken out? I think they get like 80%. I'm really asking because I don't know. Are the taxes taken out, or when they file, do they file as an independent contractor?
They would receive a 1099 from the TNC, which is also reported to the state tax department.
Okay.
So obviously, like all of us, at the end of the day, we'd be subject to making sure we pay our taxes on time.
Okay. Well, certain independent contractors their taxes aren't taken out. That they file, they have to keep track. And I'm sure since it's all done electronically, there would be records of how much money they made.
There would be records.
Encourage people to be
Yes.
honest about their taxes. A couple more questions. The driver, the primary insurance would go to the company, correct?
The primary?
The company covers the insurance, and if something happens, they're the primary. It would go to the company's insurance.
At the end of the day, the TNC would have an overriding umbrella that provides full insurance coverage should the driver not have it.
It would go to the driver's insurance first. So the umbrella is if the driver doesn't have insurance, the driver would be required to have insurance to drive.
Absolutely.
Right? Would the driver be required to have commercial insurance?
Should the driver not have commercial insurance, that is where the TNC overriding $1 million policy comes into play.
Okay, so if a driver goes out and gets commercial insurance and there's an accident, it would go to their insurance first?
I'm assuming. I don't have the specifics on the detail there.
The fee, is that for the $1,000? Does the driver pay that, or does the company pay that?
That's the TNC. The company pays that.
Okay, so that'd be like a one-time fee. Is it per year?
As I understand it, it is annual, yes.
So if we have, and it looks like there might be one company doing this, they would just pay that once per year.
That's
for
correct.
the whole state.
That's correct.
$1,000 to operate in the whole state.
That's correct.
$1,000 per year. Okay, and the requirement, it says that they can't, back to the background checks. It's not a federal background check with the fingerprints, it's just a state background check?
It is state, local, federal, and there is a component in there as it relates to the sexual offender registration.
Okay. Let's see, and the fares, I know cab drivers, like was stated before, a cab driver's fare is set by the Public Service Commission. The company could set any fare that they want as long as they publicize it. Is that correct?
You could probably tell me that better than I could.
Well, I can tell you about cab companies. Our fares are set by the Public Service Commission. But with these ride-sharing companies, they can charge whatever they want, but it just has to be posted.
Well, no. Any one of us, when we're using an Uber, we sign on, we put in our destination of where we are, where we're going, and before we accept, we know, or the person knows, exactly what the fare will be. Exactly. And it doesn't change. Unlike a cab, which you don't know until you get to the end spot.
Well, no, our prices are posted on the side of the cab and on our website. It's based on distance, so you don't know exactly how long, unless you know exactly to the 10th of the mile how long your trip is. You could figure it out, but we do post our prices also. So what I'm saying is, who sets the price? I mean, you agree to the price, but who sets the price?
The market sets the price.
The market sets the price, but there's probably going to be one company doing it.
And I can only speak from personal experience when I've used this app in some of our larger cities and compared a ride in a yellow cab versus Uber, there is little difference.
Okay.
And in fact, the Uber at times, many times, is cheaper. and it includes the tip.
Okay. There's one more question. Oh yeah, about the requirements. It says that people they can't keep somebody who's from working another job. You could drive Uber and still have another job, correct? So, like was stated before, a cab driver could also drive for Uber too. They don't, because I've heard that in some places Uber doesn't allow people to drive cabs and work for them, but that won't be the case in West Virginia?
That's not in this legislation, any limit like that. No.
Thank you very much. At the appropriate time, I'd like to speak to the bill.
Gentleman may proceed.
Sure. Just briefly, as I'm sure most of you are aware, I am a cab driver. I guess I would be a natural opponent, but if required to vote, I'm planning on voting green because I'm not trying to look out for just the interest of cab drivers. I believe it would be good for the consumers. Choice is always better. I believe in opening up the markets and let the consumer decide. However, and I agree with what was stated before, that it will provide another form of safe, reliable transportation. It will reduce the number of DUIs, but just let's not pat ourselves on the back too hard about the jobs, because make no mistake, they're going to be part-time jobs with no benefits. More part-time jobs, low-paying jobs with no benefits for the state. And hopefully that's not to make up for all the lost wages on construction workers due to other legislation that we passed so far this year.
Gentleman, please restrain his comments to the bill in front of us.
I was trying to. I believe it does relate to the bill. If we're talking about it being a jobs bill, it will. The jobs that it's going to bring aren't going to pay enough to live off of in this state, and have no benefits with them. They're independent contractors. Like I said, I plan on voting green, and it's my sincere hope that nobody in here ever gets replaced with a phone app.
John from 35th, Delegate McCuskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I lived in D.C. for a while, and I was there when Uber sort of started taking off. And I've been a user of Uber for a long time, 6 or 7 years. And the last time I was traveling with my wife, we had an interesting Uber ride with the driver, and we were going into New York City and from the airport. And we were chatting with him, and he was maybe 45 years old. And he had indicated to me that his family had emigrated here from Korea, and he had been working in a convenience store. And as an Uber driver, he was able to begin actually spending the evenings at home with his family, and had sent both of his children to college, just as an Uber driver. And it's New York City, not West Virginia, but to immediately characterize these as part-time jobs that aren't going to provide for people's family, I think is probably inaccurate. I think that anytime you can provide an opportunity for somebody to start their own business, you're giving them the ability to live the dream that I think this country promises to many. I think Uber is a wonderful product. I'm enthusiastically voting green on this bill, but I would like to sort of echo the comments of the gentleman from Jackson. There is an industry that's here now, and this bill does not seek to do the things that I believe free competition would do, and that is to deregulate those who have been operating in West Virginia, providing these rides for years. And I think that everyone in this body should take a long look at how we treat our taxi cabs, what this government does to them, and give them a level playing field, because the free market means competition, and in order for people to compete, they have to be on similar footings regulatorily. All that being said, I encourage everyone to vote green. It's a wonderful bill. It's a wonderful product, and I look forward to everyone having safe rides from their receptions from here on out, and no more news stories as we've seen in the past from some delegates maybe getting into trouble that way. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote green.
Are there other members desiring to speak before I recognize the gentleman to close? Gentleman from the 32nd, Delegate Fast.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise in support of this bill. There's no doubt that it is a jobs bill. It may not be something that you could feed a large family on, but it will create jobs, and those jobs are going to be taxpayer jobs, and it helps. There was a concern raised about litigation with one of these companies called Uber, and I simply say that is why we have a court system. That's why individuals or groups of individuals can bring a cause of action. And certainly a company like Uber or any other transportation network company, if they're not playing by the rules and they get hit in the pocketbook, it will turn their head around enough to where they will start playing by the rules. So that's really not a problem as long as the overriding government doesn't too severely limit a person's right to bring a cause of action. I believe this could expand into rural areas. I could see a rural area where you might have an individual that could start, get a contract with a company such as Uber and start providing transportation to maybe elderly that may not otherwise have transportation or may not be able to drive. I believe there are adequate background checks set forth in this bill, and I believe there are adequate insurance requirements set forth in this bill so that the public users will be protected. Overall, Mr. Speaker, I believe this is a good bill and I urge passage.
John for 37, Delegate Pushkin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request a ruling on Rule 49.
The gentleman, as you've explained the circumstances to me, it's my understanding that you as a taxi driver may be affected by this, but to the extent that it would affect you, it would be as a member of a class and therefore be the ruling of the chair that you'd be directed to vote. Further members desiring to speak before I recognize the gentleman from 35th. Gentleman from 35th to close debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard plenty of good debate on this. My last few words, let's bring the future of transportation into West Virginia. I urge passage.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. My question, 94 ayes, 4 nays, 2 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4228.
Are there amendments to the title? Not title is read by the clerk will be and remain the title of the bill. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the bill be made effective July 1st, 2016.
Gentleman from the 58th moves the bill be made effective July 1st, 2016. All those in favor of the gentleman's motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? Gentlemen. So the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 95 ayes, 2 nays, 3 members absent not voting. More than 2/3 of the members elected having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill made effective July 1st, 2016. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Further bills on third reading.
House Bill 4309, increasing criminal penalties for conviction of certain offenses of financial exploitation of an elderly person.
Question for the House is the passage of the bill. Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The purpose of this bill is to increase the criminal penalties for conviction of the offense of financial exploitation of an elderly person or a protected person or an incapacitated adult. Financial exploitation is the intentional misappropriation or misuse of funds or assets of an elderly person or a protected person or an incapacitated adult. Currently, a person who is guilty of financial exploitation in the amount of $1,000 or more is guilty of a felony and subject to a penalty of up to $5,000 fine and or 1 to 10 years in prison. Under this bill, the person is still guilty of a felony, but the penalty increases of a fine up to $10,000 or 2 to 20 years in prison or both. A person who is guilty of financial exploitation in an amount less than $1,000 is still guilty of a misdemeanor and subject to the current penalty of up to $1,000 fine and up to 1 year in jail or both. Again, the purpose of this bill is to increase penalties for felony financial exploitation of a member of the protected class, which is an elderly person, a protected person, or an incapacitated adult. This bill cleared both the senior citizens issues Committee and the Judiciary Committee without change, and I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? Gentleman from the first, Doug McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chair yield for a question?
Gentleman yield. Gentleman yields.
Financial exploitation. Can you please maybe give me an example of what that would entail, and now with the increased penalties that this bill upon passage would bring? If someone was found guilty of financial exploitation, we would possibly be throwing them into a cage for 20 years, or?
It could take a number of different forms. The ones that I have seen occur are a person taking a check that belongs to an elderly person and representing to the person, for instance, the situation I was involved in last. We need groceries and I need you to fill out a check and I'll fill in the amount. And the person goes to the grocery store, gets $200 more than the groceries cost and pockets the difference. That's just one example. You could take things out of the person's house. You could encourage them to invest in something that obviously is a scam. It's basically a betrayal of trust that leads to a looting of the protected person's assets. And if it falls over, if the total amount is over $1,000, then it becomes a felony.
And so, just given the conceptual term of the law of proportionality, you think up to 20 years in prison for that type of fraudulent crime would be in proportion to the crime committed?
I'm sure the sponsors of the bill thought that, and in my experience, the result of this can make a person who otherwise saved for their entire life to live a comfortable retirement, can turn them destitute. I know of at least one situation that I tried to help an elderly lady who basically lost her home. All her assets were consumed through a several years long exploitation by a trusted caretaker. And so, it gives the judge some latitude. That could be a situation is that extreme, and it could be a situation where it's only a matter of, $1,000 and not any great effect on the person, the protected person. But it can actually ruin somebody's life. So I think the purpose of the bill is to give the court much greater latitude to take that into account.
Okay, thank you.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill? John for the 13th, Delegate Cadle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I asked for Rule 49. I'm having issues with my family member right now on this.
Gentlemen would please come to the podium.
You're tuned to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. A reminder that we will bring you today's Senate floor session as soon as the House floor session has concluded.
To the gentleman, as you've explained this situation to me, while there is a current situation that may be affected in terms of an individual, that to the extent that this bill would affect that, it would be a criminal penalty for that individual, would not have any direct bearing on you particularly, but even to the extent it might, it would be as a member of a class, and therefore would be the ruling of the chair, the gentleman will be directed to vote. Gentleman from the 51st, Doug Kerchaba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the chair please yield?
Show me those. Show me those.
In this bill, is there any differentiation between family members? If, say, a grandson or a son?
No, there's no difference.
Is there any type of consideration taken in the sense that if somebody gives them the bank card or something like that to go to the store with the instructions of buying, whatever, $1,000 worth of materials for the house, but then there is a dispute later whether there is, they gave them the permission to buy all the things that they were given the permission to buy?
Well, if they were given permission, there wouldn't be no misappropriation. They would have consent.
If there was I guess if the family member, say it's the son or the grandson, went to the store and bought $2,000 worth of items, and then the elderly person or the parent or grandparent says, no, I didn't give them the permission, would that end up, I assume that would be fought in court back and forth, and then the judge would decide based on...
I'm sure, as in most criminal cases, there would be an investigation to determine whether there was an intent to misappropriate the funds. The consent issue would be obviously relevant to the prosecutor, but ultimately, if there was a charge issued, then the jury would decide. And there is a provision, I believe, in the bill that talks about in section H3, it says it shall not apply to a transaction or disposition of funds or asset where the accused made a good faith effort to assist the elderly person or protected person or incapacitated adult with the management of his or her money or other things of value. So there is a good faith defense available to someone who thinks they're trying to help and not actually misappropriating the assets.
Yeah, would this bill, the way it's written, if somebody stole a person's credit card and the person they stole it from happened to be elderly, if there was no connection, is the penalty automatically going to be worse because he stole it from somebody that's considered elderly?
Let me see if I understand your question. If somebody stole a credit card and they didn't know the person was elderly?
Yeah.
I'm not really sure I'm sure that would be a factor in it. It could possibly, misappropriation implies some form of trust. So if you happen to see somebody's purse laying on the ground and you take the credit card, I don't think you would fall within that. It would probably just be a larceny or something of that sort. But I think you're really missing one element that would be necessary to violate this statute. That'd be my opinion.
Okay. Opinion of counsel?
Pardon me?
Is that your opinion?
That would be my opinion. You have a prosecutor sitting next to you. He might have a different opinion. But
okay.
In fact, we have a couple prosecutors here that might give you a more informed opinion. That would be my opinion.
Permission, Speaker, to speak to the bill.
Joe, may I proceed?
I spend a lot of my time working with the elderly with their finances, and they are a group of folks that are often taken advantage of by their family members, I think more commonly than most. Perhaps, taking their checkbook or misdescribing what the means of the dollars are for, and oftentimes the stuff goes unreported for a long period of time. I'm a reluctant supporter of this bill in the sense that I think that we need to do something about making sure that our seniors are protected, but it seems like there's some fuzzy issues in the language of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further members desiring to speak to the passage of the bill before I recognize the gentleman from 27th to close debate. Gentleman from the 27th, delegate Schott to close debate. Question before the House is the passage of the bill. Those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has each member voted? If so, the clerk will close the machine and ascertain the result. On that question, 96 ayes, 1 nay, 3 members absent not voting. Majority of members present having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Clerk, please report the title.
House Bill 4309.
Are there amendments to the title? If not, the title, as read by the clerk, will be and remain the title of the bill. Clerk, please communicate the action of the House to the Senate and request concurrence therein. Bills on second reading.
Senate Bill 15, adopting learned intermediary doctrine as defense to civil action due to inadequate warnings or instructions.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Judiciary moves to amend the bill.
The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Shaw, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Gentleman from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 15 adopts a legal doctrine which establishes an exception to a lawsuit alleging a manufacturer's failure to provide appropriate warnings and information on prescription drugs and medical devices. The amendment before you is a technical amendment that adds the word medical before the word device in two places that was omitted from the original draft. It's simply intended to clarify that the device that's anticipated is a medical device. Elsewhere in the bill, the term medical device is used, and therefore this amendment simply makes the bill consistent throughout. Mr. Speaker, I urge adoption.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? Not the bill be advanced to third reading. Further bills on second reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 2122, making it illegal for first responders to photograph a corpse.
Are there amendments?
Committee on Delegate Schott moves to amend the bill.
The gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Schott, asks unanimous consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read. Is there objection? Chair is none. Gentleman from the 27th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill prohibits first responders from photographing or distributing photographs of corpses or persons receiving emergency assistance except for certain defined legitimate purposes. The purpose of the bill is to prevent first responders from taking or distributing photographs of a corpse or of a person being provided medical assistance prior to the family and friends being notified of the injury or death of their loved one or while mourning the death of their loved one. The amendment eliminates any possible confusion as to the intent of the bill by inserting the word human into the bill. The language then prohibits the taking or distributing photographs of a human corpse, not just a corpse. This amendment simply makes clear that first responders are prevented from photographing or distributing photographs of human corpses and does not cover other corpses such as animals or deers and so forth. I urge passage.
Are there other members desiring to speak to the adoption of the amendment? Not the question before the House is the adoption of the amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Declare the amendment adopted. Are there further amendments? If not, the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Bills on first reading.
Committee substitute for House Bill 3019, requiring official business and records of the state and its political subdivisions be conducted in English.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4209, relating generally to health care provider taxes.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4291, increasing penalties for teachers who commit sexual offenses against children.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4323, relating to the reporting of emergency incidents by well operators and pipeline operators.
Bill be advanced.
Committee substitute for House Bill 4323, House Bill 4347, providing pregnant women priority to substance abuse treatment.
Bill be advanced.
House Bill 4378, relating to access to and receipt of certain information regarding a protected person by certain relatives of the protected person.
Bill be advanced.
House Bill 4417, increasing wages protected from garnishment.
Bill be advanced. Leaves of absence. Gentleman from the 58th.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. For our colleagues, Delegates Hornbuckle and Moore.
Without objection, leave will be granted. For what purpose is the lady from the 43rd seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request to return to the second order of business to make an introduction, please.
Without objection, lady, may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of Delegate Hartman and me, we have a special page with us today. Her name is Gracelyn Corley, and she attends Jennings-Randolph Elementary School. If Gracelyn would please stand. She is a fourth grader, and she's accompanied by her mother, Felicia Corley. And if she's in the gallery, if she would please stand. And if the House would please make them both feel welcome.
Remarks by members of the House. Gentleman from 35th, Delegate McCuskey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, a year ago today, my wife started having a baby. It was our first baby. And being a member of the House of Delegates, it sort of feels like a family. And so you guys were sort of all a part of the little girl being born. But what I really wanted to talk to you about is a year ago today also, I was in sort of an odd place. My mom had just passed. I just lost my best friend. And people get in these funks. Things happen. And you sort of get your chin down and things look a little different to you. But what I didn't know was what it was going to be like to have a baby. And so what I would submit to you is if you're in one of those places, if you're not feeling very well or things seem to be going down, you just never know what little bundle of joy God's going to bring to you the next day or the next week. And you don't know how it's going to change your life. And I think that it's easy to forget that tomorrow's going to be a new day, but I think it's important for everyone to remember that. So my baby's birthday is today. She wasn't here. She wanted to come, but she explained to my wife she wanted to take a nap. So she wasn't able to make it. But thank you guys very much for listening to me, and let's finish up the session strong. Thank you.
John from the 16th, Delegate Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if we should all go out and have a baby. I'm not sure. There is an acronym that they use on Facebook and other things, ICYMI, in case you missed it. Well, in case you missed it, there was an article in the Gazette. West Virginia road damages claims spike. The West Virginians for Better Transportation, a group advocating for increased better roads, better spending, better maintenance, says that West Virginia drivers spend $400 million a year on vehicle repairs resulting from poor road conditions. In their infinite wisdom, the Senate has discussed Senate Joint Resolution 6, which would be a proposed amendment to the state constitution to sell up to $2 billion worth of state road bonds. Some in the Senate say that's not necessary. Others in the Senate say, yes, we need to fix the roads. The chairman of Judiciary said, I'd be willing to look at almost any reasonable option to pay those bonds back, issue them, and pay them back. The Governor's Blue Ribbon Commission recommended a $1 billion road bond issue. I still believe, and I know you're tired of hearing me talk about this, a 1 cent sales tax would bring in $200 million a year, which would go a long way towards paying those bonds back if they were issued. And if we're saving or costing West Virginians $400 million a year on automobile repairs, I would think that the average West Virginian would be willing to pay the approximate $120 to $150 extra in sales tax. And I would hope that both the Senate and the House would be willing to take Bill 2704, rewrite it, put your name on it, and go ahead and pass a 1 cent sales tax to get the road issue out of the way. Then you can use the money that you'd raise for PEIA and get that out of the way. With that, and having a child, I guess we could move forward in happiness with this West Virginia legislative session. Thank you.
John from 13th, Delegate Cato.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple years ago, today I didn't go up with the veterans. I sit down whenever they ask if there's any veterans. Don't really matter. I was in the National Guard. I joined the Guard, and I have an honorable medical discharge. And I was in a wreck, so they didn't want me. I never went to basic, but I was in 10 months. I don't consider myself a veteran, but there were some questions raised, and people, said, you shouldn't have a right to stand up, this and that. So the heck with it. It don't bother me. And I appreciate Mr. Speaker taking me off Veterans Committee because of that. So I just want everybody to know that I got a discharge, and if you need to see it, I can show it to you. Thank you.
Further remarks by members. Miscellaneous business. Gentleman from the 58th.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subject to announcements, I move the House adjourn until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Other announcements. Gentleman from the 64th, Delegate Householder.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Finance will meet this afternoon beginning at 2:30 for the School Building Authority budget hearing, and the committee will consider legislation immediately following the budget hearing, and the agenda is posted.
Gentleman from 38th, Delegate Lane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republican members of the Judiciary Committee will meet at 2:45 in the chairman's office, and the Committee on the Judiciary will resume our work this afternoon at 3 p.m.
Gentleman from 61st, Delegate Duke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Education meeting today, originally scheduled at 2 p.m., will now be 3 p.m. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, your Republican members of the Education Committee will caucus at 2:45 in the chairman's office. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the House Education Committee will be holding a public hearing on House Bill 4310 relating to West Virginia University Institute of Technology on Wednesday, February the 17th at 9 a.m. here in the chamber. Also, Mr. Speaker, also on Wednesday, February the 17th, your Education Subcommittee meeting dealing with the school aid formula will meet at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Lady from 31st, Delegate Arbonne.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A reminder that your Committee on Government Organization will meet today at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time in the Government Organization Committee Room 215 East. The agenda is posted.
Lady from the 49th, Delegate Summers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Health and Human Resources will meet tomorrow at 2 o'clock in room 215E. The agenda is posted. The Republican members of the committee will caucus at 1:30 tomorrow in the chairman's office.
Gentleman from the 53rd, Delegate Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Two announcements. First, your Committee on Energy, we will meet tomorrow, Tuesday, February 16th at 2 p.m. in the House Judiciary Committee Room. The agenda will be posted. And also, following session, there will be a cold caucus in the Government Organization Room, and lunch will be provided. Thank you.
Gentleman from 35th, Delegate Stansbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Select Committee on Prevention and Treatment of Substance Abuse will meet tomorrow at 4 p.m. in the Government Organization Room. Republican members will caucus 15 minutes prior in the chairman's office.
Gentleman from the 42nd, Delegate Ambler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources will meet tomorrow, Tuesday the 16th at 10 a.m. in the House Government Organization Committee Room, and the agenda will be posted.
Lady from the 18th, Delegate Sabonia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Industry and Labor will meet tomorrow, February 16th at 9 a.m. in the House Government Organization Committee Room, and the agenda will be posted.
Gentleman from the 14th, Delegate Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Committee on Political Subdivisions will meet tomorrow, February 16th at 1 p.m. and also 5 p.m., subject to change. The agenda will be posted, and Mr. Speaker, I ask we return to the second order of business for purpose of introductions.
Without objection, gentleman may proceed.
I'd like to introduce in the South Gallery some good friends of mine from Harrison County, Laura Kimball and her son Zach. If you stand in the house, make them welcome, please.
Gentleman from the 27th, Delegate Gerhardt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your long-suffering Committee on Roads and Transportation and its evil chairperson will not meet today at its assigned time of 1 p.m. Based upon the clock. However, we will complete our assigned tasks this evening in the Government Organization Room at 5 p.m. The agenda is posted. Thank you.
Lady from the 43rd, Delegate Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Your Democratic members of your Health Committee will caucus tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. in room 252. Thank you.
To the members, if there was any confusion in recognizing our veterans, we certainly intended to recognize anyone who, whether that was service, full-time service, or reserve, or guard. So If there was anyone who felt that they were not recognized, then that was certainly not the intent. So as we end our session today, I would ask once again, anyone who has served in our military, in the Guard, in the Reserve, or in any capacity, please rise and let us ask the Chamber to thank you for that sacrifice. Further announcements. If not, the question before the House is the motion by the gentleman from the 58th to House stand adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. As per to advertise, do have it declare the House adjourned until 11 a.m. tomorrow.
And that concludes today's floor session in the House of Delegates. We'll be bringing you today's Senate session in just a moment. A review of what is on the Senate calendar up for debate and passage: Senate Bill 299, creating Library Facilities Improvement Fund; Senate Bill 328, creating the West Virginia Veterans Program Fund and re-regulating the sale and use of certain fireworks; Senate Bill 404, allowing county health departments to bill insurance companies for certain services; Senate Bill 459, the governor's bill to require a county board of education to pay for the tuition of a member of the Mountaineer Challenge Academy from that county that earns a high school diploma at the Mountaineer Challenge Academy; Senate Bill 483, Marshall County Local School Improvement Council waiver, increasing the compulsory school attendance in Marshall County from 17 to 18 years of age as part of a county-wide dropout prevention initiative. And here's a look at what the Senate was doing while the House was in session.
Senate will come to order. All those not having privileges of the floor will please vacate the chamber. Those in the gallery and those on the floor will please rise as we are led in prayer by Chaplain David Smith, St. Mary's Correctional Center in St. Mary's, West Virginia. Please remain standing after the prayer as the senator from Braxton leads us in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. Chaplain Smith.
Let me just say today I'm honored to represent the Division of Corrections in offering this prayer. To those responsible, I say a huge thank you. Esteemed members of the West Virginia Senate, will you please join me in this prayer? Give these elected senators of your people courage, wisdom, understanding to make the best decisions for we, your people. We pray today for prosperity and peace for our state and nation. Help these senators make the tough decisions that will bring compliments and criticism. Give them the ability to govern and to serve the people of this great state. Grant us mercy today, O God, for our shortcomings and failures as we realize we are only earthen vessels in your hands. Create in us a clean heart. Renew a right spirit in us today, O Lord. Let us realize how blessed we are to live and work in a state that John Denver says in his song, Country Roads, almost heaven, West Virginia. So as we stand here today in this state, as close to heaven as we can be in this life, strengthen these senators and their staff and help them govern with our best interests in mind. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaplain. The senator from Braxton.
If everyone in the galley and the chamber join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Reading of the Journal.
West Virginia Legislature, Senate Journal, Friday, February 12th, 2016. The Senate met at 11
The junior
a.m.
senator from the 8th requests unanimous consent that further reading of the Journal be dispensed with. The Journal be approved as their objection. Chair hears none. Further reading of the journals dispensed with. The journals approved. Introduction of guests. On behalf of the Senate, it's my pleasure to welcome our honorary pages for the day. Please stand and be recognized as your name is called. As guest of the Senator from Jackson, Caitlin Coffey. As guest of the Junior Senator from the 6th, Sidney Meadows. As guests of the Junior Senator from the 17th, Emma Elizabeth Green, Sita Taylor, and Sophie Taylor. As guests of the Senior Senator from the 8th, Lauren Cartwright, Natalie Crawford, Grace Davis, Olivia Kendall, Madison Thornton, Ashley Armstrong, and Hannah Cartwright. As guests of the Senior Senator from the 15th, Artie Tom and Nathan Tom. Let's give our pages a round of applause. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that the provisions of Rule 54 of the Rules of the Senate be suspended today in order to grant the veterans assembled here, as well as the grandson of the Senior Senator from the 15th, Caden Phillip Blair, privileges of the floor for the day.
Is there objection? Chair hears none. Rule 54 of the Rules of the Senate are suspended in order to grant our guests privileges of the floor for the day. Further introductions. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of introductions. I wanted to call attention that the escorts of my page, Caitlin Coffey, are in the rear of our gallery. PJ and Melanie Coffey. If they would stand, the Senate make them welcome. Also, Mr. President, I have a very special guest in the rear gallery, a very young lady from Jackson County, Ava Casey. She's in the rear of our gallery. If she would stand, the Senate make her.
The Junior Senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is Veterans Visibility Day. We were hoping to have a larger crowd here today, but the weather might have held them up a little bit, or the House is holding them over on the other side. But with us on the floor today is Kevin Light, who's with the Veterans of Foreign Wars. He's the current state quartermaster, and Chuck, who is the past state president. Would they please stand? The Senate make them welcome.
Further introductions. The Junior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce your Fraser Singleton intern, Carmen Ross. She is majoring in political science with a minor in pre-law at Concord University. Carmen, please stand, and Senate make her feel welcome. She's in the rear gallery.
Further introductions. The Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I had 7 pages with me today, so I wanted to go ahead and introduce their parents. On behalf of the Junior Senator from the 8th and myself, I'd like to ask, I'm going to do them all at once, Michelle Cartwright, Robert Crawford, Rob Davis, Mindy Thornton, and Glenn Armstrong. Please stand, and the Senate make them welcome. And Mr. President, I also have a Fraser Singleton intern from the week. Her name is Kelly Chittum. She goes to University of Charleston. She's studying psychology and political science, and she lives in Cross Lanes, West Virginia. If she'd please stand, and the Senate make her welcome.
Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of the Senator from Brooke and myself, we're honored to have with us today the Chief of Police from the City of Wheeling, Sean Schwartfeger. Sean's in the rear gallery. If he would please stand, and the Senate make him welcome.
Further introductions. The Senior Senator from 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have 2 pages here today. Artie Tom and Nathan Tom, and the father of Art Tom, who's here today. Please stand, and the pages stand, and Art stand, and make them welcome. Wherever you're at, Art. Now, I'm not finished yet. This is the one I've been waiting a long time for and everything. Caden, come here. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what life's all about and everything. This is my grandson, Caden Philip Blair, and he's 4 years old. And believe it or not, when I was his age, I was shy like this too. Nobody in here believes me for one reason or another. But thank you, Mr. President, for allowing the opportunity and the members for him to have floor privileges for a minute so I could hold him up like a prized ham and show everybody here how wonderful it is to be a grandfather. His mom and dad are standing up in the gallery, Philip and Christy Blair, and his wife is from Buchanan, actually. Stand up and everybody make them welcome. Wave at him. Thank you, Mr. President.
The Junior Senator from the 17th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also have the parents of some pages. They may still be here, may not, but it's Larry and Mary Green, good friends of mine, as well as Eugene and Eugenia Taylor. If they're still here, if the Senate would make them welcome.
Further introductions? The Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's your pleasure and mine, as well as most of the members in this chamber, to recognize an organization that's present today, the West Virginia Citizens Defense League. They're the largest pro-gun lobby in West Virginia that's nonpartisan, nonprofit, all volunteer, grassroots, of concerned citizens who support our individual right to keep and bear arms for the defense of self, family, home, and state. Now, I know there's quite a few members out here, and I believe they're in the north and the south and the west gallery. So if the members of the WVCDL would please stand up and be recognized, and the Senate make them welcome.
Further introductions. Communications from the House.
The Clerk of the House announced that the House refuses to concur in the Senate amendments and asks the Senate to recede therefrom as it relates to engrossed committee substitute for House Bill 2800, adding law enforcement officers' contact information and names of family members to the list of exemptions from public records requests.
Message to be received. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate refuse to recede from the amendments to House Bill 2800 and a committee of conference be appointed.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate refuse to recede from its amendments to House Bill 2800 and a committee of conference be appointed. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. On behalf of the Senate, the chair would appoint the Senator from Roane, Senator from Upshur, and the Senator from Cabell. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Clerk will read the next House message.
The Clerk of the House announced the passage by that body of engrossed House Bill 4147, making the West Virginia schools for the deaf and blind eligible to participate in any and all funding administered or distributed by the West Virginia School Building Authority.
Message to be received. Bill be referred to the Committee on Finance. Communications from the Executive.
There are none.
Reports from standing committees.
Your Committee on Government Organization has had under consideration committee substitute for Senate Bill 315, originating in committee, providing for construction of statewide fiber optic broadband infrastructure network, and reports back committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute for committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Craig Blair, Chair.
Report will be received.
Your Committee on the Judiciary has had under consideration Senate Bill 529, making certain sport and educational fantasy games lawful, and reports back a committee substitute for same, with the recommendation that the committee substitute do pass. Respectfully submitted, Charles S. Trump IV, Chair.
Report will be received. Reports from select committees.
There are none.
Introduction of bills. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that Senate Bill number 599 through Senate Bill number 607 be considered introduced, read by their titles, and referred to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system.
Senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that Senate Bill 599 through Senate Bill 607 be considered and introduced, read by their titles, refer to the appropriate committees as shown on the chamber automation system. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Resolutions.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 36 by Senators Ferns and Plymel naming the U.S. Army Specialist 5 Joseph Richard Rick Schaefer Memorial Bridge.
Under Rules of Senate, the resolution will lie over 1 day.
Senate Resolution 35 by Senators Laird, Stallings, Palumbo, Kessler, Plymel, Williams, and Yost, designating February 15, 2016 as Corrections Day.
Senator from Fayette.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution put upon its adoption.
Senator from Fayette requests unanimous consent the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 35 designating February 15, 2016 as Corrections Day at the Legislature.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? The senator from Fayette.
Thank you, Mr. President. Today is Corrections Day at the state capitol, and we welcome to Charleston many of our correctional professionals and administrators from our institutions around the state. On this day, it is important for us to recognize and understand that it is our correctional professionals who stand as a thin blue line of protection, separating the safety and security of our communities from those who mean us harm. It can indeed be said that correctional officers are the forgotten persons in our criminal justice system. Concealed from public view behind the walls and razor wire at our state correctional facilities, correctional officers get up each day, put on their uniforms, and go to work to do a job which most of us are ill-equipped to do. I am sad to report that our starting annual salary for our correctional officers in the state of West Virginia is $22,584. This entry-level salary stands as the lowest for correctional officers in the 50 states across our country. At this dismal level of pay, entry-level correctional officers qualify for participation in a number of public assistance programs, including Medicaid and SNAP benefits. Resulting from low salaries, the annual turnover rate for correctional officers in our state facilities is approximately 37%. For a detailed analysis of this serious problem, I call your attention to an excellent report prepared by our Legislative Post-Audit Division, which details the current salary, turnover, and vacancy problems within the Division of Corrections. Mr. President, in honor of our correctional professionals and the difficult job that they do each and every day on our behalf, I encourage the adoption of this resolution.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Logan.
President, I rise in support of Senate Resolution 35. I'm going to be brief, but right to the point. Haven't been a county commissioner in Logan for 30 years, and when we come up the idea about the corrections, had this not became a reality, I can tell you now, a lot of these counties wouldn't even be able to survive. Back in the day, when your deputy sheriffs took care of your incarcerations at your local jail, you didn't realize until you looked at the bottom line on your medical cost, having to have auxiliary help, cooks, and your deputies in that jail taking care of them people. And when the state got into this system, I look back at the cost back in 15 years ago, and our cost in my county of Logan probably now is cheaper now in the year 2016 than it was 15 years ago. So I can't tell you how glad I am that we finally came to put a program together that actually works for the benefit of the counties, saves them money, takes the liability factors away from the county commission and the sheriff and everything. And with that, these people do deserve, when we can, look at the budget and do what needs to be done, pay them a fair amount of wage and be supportive. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion. Senator from Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me just say I rise in support of the resolution for two reasons. Number one, the correctional officers in the Regional Jail Authority and the DOC are grossly underpaid. They have the worst working conditions of any public employees within our state. And in the last few years, I've had the opportunity to interact with the DOC in various legal actions. but that has afforded me the opportunity to get to know the professionals at the very top, such as, I believe, Associate or Assistant Warden of Lakin, John Salaz, would be an example of that professionalism that I've seen firsthand. So we all seem to have our axes to grind here in our various constituencies. Let's see if we can find a way this session to look out for our public employees who serve us. Thank you.
Further discussion. Senator Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of the resolution. You know, one of the fundamental duties that we have as legislators, obviously, is, and most important, is to provide for the public safety. And that's not only law enforcement, where we protect our communities, but when we find folks that are wrongdoers, that we then have them incarcerated to serve times in our jails and correctional facilities. You know, the numbers that my good friend, the senator from Fayette, talked about as to the pay that is paid to the folks who do one of, if not the most important duty in our state, is providing for the public safety, could not go uncommented on. You know, a few years ago we passed a bill to give, I think, a pay raise over a 3-year period of like $5,000. And that was helpful at the time, but as I look back on that, Mr. President, that's been eons ago now. I know they have folks that are forced into working overtime. It isn't like if someone calls off sick that they can just say, well, we'll just go without. They have to stay on site and stay on the site to provide for the safety, to keep the folks, including those of the most violent, dangerous criminals in our society, locked up. So when someone gets sick and calls off, they still work. They work over, they have mandatory overtime, forced overtime, and they work under the most difficult circumstances at pay that is not sufficient, and they are not often thanked enough, Mr. President. So on behalf of all of us in this body, I want to thank them, each and every one of their profession. They are professionals. They carry out their duties in a professional manner, and they provide a service to all of us, and something that is most important, providing for the public safety. So for that, you are recognized today by all of us, and thank you from the bottom of our hearts for all you do. And I join with my friend, the senator from CAMPBELL, in seeing what we can do with the finance chairman. And I know times are tough. They are extremely tough. But these are the folks that take care of us the best. And for that, you're to be commended, and thank you. And we'll see if we can't come up with some way to make sure that you have insurance, it's paid for fully, and also that we can start working on a legitimate pay package for you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. The ayes have it. Declare the resolution adopted. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, unanimous consent that the remarks by the gentleman from Fayette, Marshall, Cabell, and Logan be printed in the appendix of the journal.
The senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the senators from Fayette, Marshall, Cabell, and Logan be published in the appendix of the journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves Senate stand in brief recess for purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution.
You're tuned to the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. This is the Senate floor session from earlier today.
Senate will come to order. Senate will come to order. Clerk will read the next resolution.
Senate Resolution 36 by Senators Leonhardt, Palumbo, Stallings, Kessler, Plymel, Williams, Prezioso, and Yost, designating February 15th, 2016 as Veterans Visibility Day at the Legislature.
Junior Senator from the 2nd.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Junior Senator from the 2nd requests unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 36, designating February 15th, 2016 as Veterans Visibility Day at the Legislature.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? There's discussion. The Junior Senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know in the back and in the galleries we have some other veterans. Would all the veterans please stand up? I'm sure we have quite a few around here. Thank you. Senator. Senators, staff, guests, and my fellow West Virginians. All the documents for the founding of our nation were written in now famous halls through a lot of debate, such as we do here. But in reality, our nation was forged on the battlefields, in the air, and well, in the sea and land originally. Our nation was saved from total division and destruction on the battlefield. The world, including our nation, was saved from tyranny on the battlefield more than once. During these conflicts, we added air warfare to the land and sea battles. Since our founding, there have been many wars, conflicts, battles, military actions that have prevented some hotspots from becoming larger conflicts later. They have kept open our lanes of trade in peacetime. The strength of our military has prevented war and kept us safe and preserved our freedoms. Senators, the men and women you see standing here today represent only a few of the millions that have answered the call to our nation. Veterans, you have carried on a legacy like no other in the world. You have made this state and nation proud. Every veteran and their families, no matter what, where, when, how they serve, own a piece of that legacy and the freedoms we all enjoy today. I urge adoption of the resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, unanimous consent that the patriotic remarks by the gentleman from Monongalia be printed in the appendix of the journal.
The Senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the Junior Senator from the 2nd be published in the appendix of the journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none. So ordered. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution. Senate will come to order. Senate will come to order. The clerk will read the next resolution.
Senate Resolution 37 by Senators Romano, Kessler, Stallings, Plymel, and Yost, recognizing Harrison County, West Virginia as the County of Champions.
The senator from Harrison.
Mr. President, I request unanimous consent that the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee references be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption.
Senator from Harrison requests unanimous consent the resolution be taken up for immediate consideration, committee reference be dispensed with, and the resolution be put upon its adoption. Is there objection? Chair hears none, and clerk will read the resolution.
Senate Resolution 37, recognizing Harrison County, West Virginia as the County of Champions.
Questions on adoption of the resolution? Is there discussion? Senator from Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. At the outset, let me say this was Harrison County Champions Day, but there's a good reason for it. You know, I'm sure a lot of you are like me. I played hard in every sport I played, and, you know, would have given my life to win enough games to be champions, but always fell short in all my years in football and wrestling and all the other sports I played, never made it to champion. And, you know, that's not hard to take. That's what builds your adulthood. But here we have young men and young women who have not only achieved that, but achieved that on multiple occasions. As the resolution reads, we're honoring today the Robert C. Byrd High School cheerleaders who have had 4 consecutive state titles. The Bridgeport High School football team, which you see assembled here with their head coach, Joss Nicewarner, who have had 9 state championships and 3 consecutive titles in the last 3 years. Those are champions. We have the Bridgeport High School baseball team, who has 4 state championships, including 2 consecutive state championships today, along with their coach, Robert Shield, and they are all present here today. And the Bridgeport High School tennis team, who is the 2015 AA champions. More importantly, we have some individual champions. Vincent Pintai, seated here in the front of the group with us today, who won first place in the Voice of Democracy, and Katie Mossberg, a senior at Bridgeport High School, was elected governor. I remember running for governor of Boise State. I fell 2 votes short. These are the ones who rose to be champions in Harrison County. And with all due respect to the deputy clerk up there, this was supposed to be Harrison County Day of Champions. To those that think we're naming Harrison County as champion of all counties, that would be incorrect. This is the Harrison County Day of Champions, and these are our champions. Please rise and welcome them after the vote. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate is the adoption of the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the resolution adopted. The senator from Jackson.
Mr. President, I move the Senate stand in brief recess for the purpose of presenting the resolution.
Senator from Jackson moves the Senate stand in brief recess for purpose of presenting the resolution. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare the motion adopted. The Senate will stand in brief recess to present the resolution. Senate will come to order. Motions. Petitions.
I have a petition presented by Senator Williams from Melvin Bonner with 34 signatures relating to proposed route for Corridor H.
Petition will be referred to the Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure. Unfinished business.
Senate Concurrent Resolution 35 requesting West Virginia Legislature proclaim week of March 7th, 2016 through March 13, 2016 as MS Awareness Week.
Resolution be referred to the Committee on Health and Human Resources. Bills on third reading.
Engrossed Senate Bill 299, creating Library Facilities Improvement Fund, third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill establishes a new section which creates the Library Facilities Improvement Fund. And the fund is administered by the West Virginia Library Commission and used to effectuate this section. The fund consists of monies received from appropriations from the legislature, external sources, repayment of loans by the commission, and interest and other income earned from investments in the fund. The commission will utilize the fund to support public library construction, renovation, maintenance, and improvement projects. Loans may be made to public libraries for energy savings and critical maintenance projects. All other expenditures must be matched on at least a dollar-for-dollar basis from funds obtained from other sources. This section directs the Commission to propose a rule for legislative approval and sets forth the parameters therefor. Any balance remaining in the fund at the end of the fiscal year will remain in the fund rather than expiring to the General Revenue Fund. The Commission may use up to 4% of the fund provisions to pay administrative expenses. The fund balances may be invested in the state's Consolidated Investment Fund, which earnings shall be used in accordance with this section. Mr. President, I urge passage of this bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea, those opposed vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine and ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Committee Substitute for Senate Bill 328, creating West Virginia Veterans Program Fund, third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? The Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 328 creates the West Virginia Veterans Program Fund, and it provides funding to the fund, which comes principally from revenues derived from the assessment of a fireworks safety fee. Now, it's a reasonably complex piece of legislation. It repeals 5 sections of the West Virginia Code. One section is in Chapter 11, Article 12, Section 86, and 1, 2, 3, 4 sections in Chapter 29, Article 3. Those are sections 23 through 26. The bill amends a couple other sections of the code, and they're in the criminal code relating to offenses involving fireworks, which are changed and modified. And the principal thing the bill does is creates a whole new article in the code, and it's the fireworks safety article, and it would be located at in Chapter 29, new Article 3E. And very briefly, what it provides is that the Section 1 of the article makes it unlawful to sell, manufacture, import fireworks without license or registration from the state fire marshal. So, and the state fire marshal is sort of put at the top of the regulatory regime established by this bill. Section 2 is a section containing definitions, and as the members look through this, you'll see there are a lot of definitions, and a lot of them incorporate National Fire Protection Association standards. So you look at the definition sections, you see many that refer to the NFPA. Section 3 provides that a person may produce, transport fireworks in compliance with the article. Section 4 says a retailer may not sell sparkling devices, novelties, or toy caps without first being registered with the fire marshal. And the rule provides further that the state fire marshal by legislative rule may be permitted to add to the regulations established under the National Fire Protection Act. In Section 5, it requires a retailer to obtain a certificate from the state fire marshal to sell consumer fireworks, and that's defined within the statute as well. Section 6 permits issuance by the fire marshal for public fireworks displays. There are provisions in this that relate to municipalities and their authority to regulate fireworks within the boundaries of their jurisdiction. Section 9 provides for exemptions for some fireworks regulation, including the use of fireworks by railroads and other transportation agencies, the use of agriculture and wildlife fireworks, sale or use of blank cartridges, possession, sale by wholesalers. Section 10 states that I've covered that. Section 11 and 12 relate to penalties for individuals violating the article. Now we have the Senate committee substitute is slightly different from the introduced bill, and it's different in these principal respects. The fireworks safety fee under the committee substitute we have here on the floor is set at 12%. And the additional 2% is earmarked for volunteer fire departments throughout West Virginia. So the introduced bill was 10%, it's 12% now. The retailer fees are slightly different in the committee substitute from the introduced bill. The original bill had $250 and $500. The committee substitute has a retailer fee of $500 for a non-permanent facility. Basically, we're talking about tents, and $1,000, I think, $1,000 for a permanent facility. That would be a brick and mortar facility. The committee substitute requires the governmental entities that are involved to submit a report after 3 years to the legislature. Mr. President, I'd be happy to try to answer questions. Otherwise, urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the gentleman from Morgan.
The senator from Morgan yields. Senator yields. Senator from Marshall.
Yes.
Obviously, we all support veterans programs. I don't remember seeing this in finance, but is there a fiscal note with this bill as to how much is expected to be generated?
I've not seen one. Let me.
Veterans believes 10%, that the first year, 10% of the salary, $750,000 or $500,000, then $750,000 and then $1 million.
We do not have a formal fiscal note. The Veterans Division, the Department of Veterans Affairs indicates that they believe that at 10%, which was the original bill as opposed to 12% at what we have in the committee substitute, that at 10% it would generate $750,000 after the second year.
All right, so as I understand, it was introduced at 10%. We bumped that up in judiciary to 12%. 2% goes to VFDs or fire departments, and
that's the way the committee substitute changes the original bill. That's correct.
So that would be, I guess, if 750 on 10%, we're probably looking at 150,000 then per year for VFDs as a result of this bill.
To my good friend, the minority leader, there's a reason no one ever lets me anywhere near a finance committee or a budget. I will trust the gentleman's arithmetic and not try to do it in my head.
Now these, obviously those are both entities that I think everybody in this body supports. These monies are going to be collected, I assume, then annually of approximately 750 or I guess 750 at 10%. So we're looking at maybe close to $1 million a year will be generated.
I think if I understood what I was told, the Department of Veteran Affairs believes is that there's a ramping up to 750 at 10%. Maybe the first year would be less than that. Okay. Apparently the Department of Veterans Affairs believes it starts at $500,000. After the second year, it'll probably go to $750,000, leveling off at $1 million a year.
And the monies then go into some kind of a new veterans fund. Is that correct?
The bill creates, it's in Section 11B, Chapter 9A, Article 1, the West Virginia Veterans Programs Fund. and it consists of the revenues that are derived from these fireworks fee. I would note also that that fund is constructed in such a way that it's eligible to receive other appropriations, also any other gift, grant, bequest, endowed fund, or donation that may be received, but nothing else is specifically earmarked or directed to it other than this fireworks safety fee.
And once the monies are put in this fund, what are the permitted uses of the expenditures that are collected? I know in the past we've passed things for, I think, a new veterans nursing home, perhaps over in Beckley, and there have been some other veterans programs that we've certainly supported conceptually and sometimes even legislatively. So I'm wondering whether the use of these funds are in any way hamstrung, designated, or earmarked for one particular program or facility, etc.
Not by the language of this section, which gives a bit of latitude to the Department of Veterans Affairs, I keep saying Veterans Affairs, Veterans Assistance. It is anticipated that the money would be used for both the existing veterans home and then, as has been discussed at length over the course of the last couple years here, the construction of a new one. But to answer the gentleman's question, there isn't anything that ties the hands of the Department of Veterans Assistance very tightly on that. The language says that expenditures from the fund should be for the purposes set forth in this article, but are to be made in accordance with appropriation by the legislature and in accordance with the provisions of Article 3, Chapter 12 of the Code, and there are references to other code sections here.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We did not get a chance to see this in finance, that I'm a little surprised given the amount of monies involved that we did not, although I think all of us in this body certainly support veterans and firefighters, and hopefully in the future, Mr. President, we may have a chance to at least, before we hit the floor on that $1 million a year, we'll maybe have an opportunity to deliberate in finance with that. Thank you.
If I may, by way of further answer to the gentleman's question, which is a very good question, Council has brought to my attention that in Section 14 of the new article, Article 3E, there is a requirement that by the 15th day of January in each of the next 3 years, there are to be reports to the legislature, to the Senate, to the House, and to the governor, presumably, about the money, what money comes, and how it's expended, how it has been expended. So the legislature will be able to monitor that as it progresses from here.
Is there further discussion? Senator from Logan.
Just briefly, I rise in support of Senate Bill 328. Serving on the subcommittee, we really detailed all the possibilities of where the money went, how it was spent, the usage, the need, and we came up with a plan to have an oversight look each year on even safety measures. And speaking with the fire marshal, we knew that there had to be additional money for inspections. We covered all that with two colleagues that worked on it, the Senator from Kanawha and Pleasance. Yeah. So they did an extreme job, and Chairman from Kanawha, and we worked every detail we needed to. We think this bill is so much better than what it was, and we urged passage from the other aisle, but the fire marshal was pleased. There is a financial obligation to them. We think we've covered that. So I think that Judiciary and being part of the subcommittee, we put the bill to where it needs to be to help the veterans and the much needed additional revenue to our volunteer system. So I totally encourage unanimous passage of Senate Bill 328.
Further discussion. Junior Senator from the 2nd.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the bill as well. I want to applaud the subcommittee, the Judiciary Committee, the staff, and everybody that worked on this bill. It's really answering the needs that have been talked about for a number of years, and we're really finally getting a chance to put some teeth into something that's really needed to be done for agencies that have been sorely underfunded for years. So I'll keep it brief. I do urge passage. I hope, like my colleague from Logan, we pass unanimously.
Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent and not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 403 relating to cooperative extension workers. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill eliminates outdated code provisions and the yearly requirement of filing written memorandums of agreement with the Cooperation Extension Service of WVU regarding employment for the next fiscal year of county cooperative extension workers. I urge passage.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? The senator from Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of Senate Bill 403. Just as a little background, this bill modifies the duties of the county extension services that represent West Virginia University in each of our counties. Those committees are typically made up of members of the County Commission, the Board of Education, the Farm Bureau, 4-H Leaders Association, the CEOS Association, and other appointed citizens. This bill was, Chapter 19, Article 8 was last amended in 1963, 52 years ago. At that time, extension agents received paychecks from both the County Commission, sometimes the Board of Education, and West Virginia University. Today, all county-based extension agents are university faculty, subject to the comprehensive screening and hiring, as well as the annual evaluations through an extensive university process. The intent of Senate Bill 403 is to align the human resources functions and responsibilities and liabilities with the university as their sole employer. The Extension Service Committees will still provide local input to extension personnel decisions and programs, and as well as remain an integral part of the hiring and evaluation process of every extension agent. The Extension Service Committee members will have a seat on all search committees and every agent, for every agent, so they will still have significant input in the hiring of extension agents in your county. The committees will always be a part of the process of the annual evaluations of extension programs and performance. I urge the adoption, or I urge passage of the bill.
Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 404, removing prohibition on billing persons for testing for HIV and sexually transmitted diseases. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill allows for billing for HIV and STD testing by all healthcare providers, including the Bureau for Public Health and local health departments. It provides that even though a person does not have health insurance, they may not be turned away. Current law regarding mandatory testing has been rewritten. It requires that a person may be tested if they are charged with a crime of prostitution or child abuse, assault, or incest. The results are provided to the prosecuting attorney who shall then provide them to the victim or the victim's parent, if they are a minor, counsel of the defendant, and the court. Otherwise, they remain confidential. I urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting, having voted in the affirmative, declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 459, requiring County Board of Education to pay tuition to Mountaineer Challenge Academy. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the governor's bill that was passed out of committee without amendment. The bill would amend the statutory provision that requires the State Board of Education promulgate a rule to support operations of the National Guard Mountaineer Challenge Academy. It creates the additional provision that the board promulgate a rule to include a provision for payment of tuition by a county board to the academy for each student residing in that county school district who graduates from the academy with a high school diploma. The tuition is equivalent to 75% of the amount allotted per student under the school aid formula. I'll attempt to answer any questions there may be. Otherwise, I urge passage of Senate Bill 459.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, will declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 483, the Marshall County LSIC waiver. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill grants a statutory waiver to the Marshall County Schools for the compulsory school attendance statute, which would allow them to increase the compulsory school attendance age to 18. The waiver was requested under the LSIC waiver process and was recommended by the Lucia Committee on January 18, 2016. I urge adoption of I urge passage of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the Senator from Preston.
Senator from Preston yield. Senator yield. Senator from Marshall.
Obviously, I do appreciate your staff that asked me if I wanted to co-sponsor the bill, but quite frankly, I had not heard from any of the educators or superintendent back home about this bill. Have they been contacted, and are they supportive of this waiver being requested?
Yes, when the request was first made of Lucia Committee, there was a letter of support from the Board of Education members. And we asked them to go back and pass a resolution, a formal resolution, which they returned to the next meeting with that resolution. And under that and the testimony of the superintendent, we recommended supporting that.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the folks back home are supportive of the request. So thank you.
Further discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do what? I move the bill be made effective July 1, 2016, and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective July 1 and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. The clerk will communicate. On this question, 32 yeas, 1 nay, 1 absent, not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected to the Senate having voted in the affirmative declare the bill effective July 1. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 517, clarifying PEIA plans that are exempt from regulation by insurance commissioner. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee substitute for Senate Bill 517 makes it clear that any plan established or administered by the West Virginia PEIA is exempt from the insurance provisions of Chapter 33 unless explicitly stated. The legislation further clarifies that PEIA is not an insurer or engaged in the business of insurance, but is in fact a government agency under the West Virginia Department of Administration. Happy to try to answer questions. I urge passage.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
Thank you. Will the senator yield, Chairman?
Senator yields. Senator yields. Senator from Marshall.
I know there had been some discussion about this arose a few years ago, I think, when somebody sued PEIA alleging unfair trade practices in violation of insurance regulations, and there was pending litigation to determine whether or not PEIA was or was not subject to some of those prohibitions, if I recall correctly. Has that case worked its way through the system, or is it still pending?
The council tells me that case was settled.
So that's been resolved. So we're
it
not
is resolved.
Okay, we're not affecting the outcome of any pending litigation by passage of this bill.
Correct.
Thank you.
Further discussion? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine. Ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent, not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted the affirmative, declare the bill passed. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed committee substitute for Senate Bill 524, rewriting Board of Barbers and Cosmetologists article. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? The senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. This proposed bill amends the article of the code relating to the Board of Barbers and Cosmetologists. Several definitions for licensed practices are amended to include a number of required clock hours of training. It requires that examinations for licensure meet national standards. It also provides that the board shall not restrict a license from practicing at temporary on-site events. Out-of-state practitioners may be granted a temporary permit if they agree to if they are going to be practicing in a state on a temporary basis. A certification program is created for a waxing specialist and makeup artist. Lastly, the bill amends the section relating to certification instructors. It requires an instructor to have passed a course in teaching techniques at a post-secondary education level. I'm going to go off script for just a bit now, and we dealt with this piece of legislation last year, and it was one of the most difficult pieces that we actually had. And the executive director for the Board of Barber Colleges come up to me at the end of the session of last year, and she goes, I'm going to get this worked out and come back, and I want everybody in the chamber to know that's exactly what she did. And I want to commend her for that. Sorry about going off script. I urge passage, Mr. President.
Questions on passage of the bill? Is there discussion? Senator from Marshall.
The senator from Berkeley yield.
Will the senator yield? Senator yields. Senator from Marshall.
Recognizing that some of us in this body need barbers more than others.
I hold a neutral position.
I want to make sure that you gave appropriate attention to the issues and concerns of the barber community in this bill.
One moment. My attorney says yes, and he's got a full head of hair.
But in all seriousness, I know this has been an issue that back and forth, turf battles over the years between various, trades and skills and professions throughout the state. And I take from your last representation that this is an agreed upon bill by those affected?
Yes.
Thank you.
Is there further discussion? The senator from Wayne.
Would the senator yield?
Senator yield. Senator yields. Senator from Wayne.
So, Senator, you're telling me that you have personal knowledge of hairstyling, makeup, waxing, and shampoo assisting?
Counsel tells me absolutely.
You can't make that up.
Anybody else? If not, the question for the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed will vote nay. The clerk will prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results. On this question, 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than a majority of those present and voting having voted the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. The clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House.
Engrossed Senate Bill 558, Maintaining Solvency of Unemployment Compensation Fund. Third reading of the bill.
Questions on passage of the bill? The senior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, based on our previous conversation, the senator from Berkeley should be involved in Middle East talks if he can solve that problem. So, Senate Bill 558, Maintaining the Solvency of the Unemployment Compensation Fund. This bill would authorize 180 days of borrowing from the Revenue Shortfall Reserve Fund. We know that as Rainy Day A. For the Unemployment Compensation Fund upon the Executive Director of Workforce West Virginia projecting a balance in the Unemployment Compensation Fund of less than $50 million. The funds may be borrowed. The funds may be borrowed may not exceed $50 million and may only be used to pay benefits. The authority sunsets September 1st, 2017. Urge passage of the bill. We'll answer any questions.
Questions on passage of the bill. Is there discussion? If not, the question before the Senate, shall the bill pass? All those in favor will vote yea. Those opposed vote nay. The clerk prepare the machine. Has every member voted? If so, the clerk close the machine, ascertain the results on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than the majority of those present and voting having voted the affirmative, I declare the bill passed. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the bill be made effective from passage and request unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage be used to make it so effective.
Senator from Jackson moves the bill be made effective from passage and requests unanimous consent that the roll call used on passage of the bill be used to make it so effective. Is there objection? Chair hears none on this question. 33 yeas, 0 nays, 1 absent not voting. More than 2/3 of those elected the Senate having voted in the affirmative, I declare the bill effective from passage. Clerk will communicate the action of the Senate to the House. Bills on second reading.
Senate Bill 147, providing consumer sales and service tax and use tax exemption for certain services and tangible personal property sold for repair, remodeling, and maintenance of aircraft. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
Yes, sir. The Committee on Finance moved to amend the bill on page 1, section 9.
Senior Senator from the 4th.
Mr. President, I ask and ask consent to explain the amendment in lieu of having it read.
Senior Senator from the 4th requests unanimous consent to explain the amendments in lieu of having them read. Is there, and all the amendments be considered as one. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Senior Senator from the 4th.
What this amendment does is it simply removes the words owned and in terms of, it leaves the word operated in, I believe. Basically, this deals with the company that provides fractional interest aircraft. It's a fractional interest aircraft program. NetJets is the most familiar one. And that would be eligible for goods and services used in aircraft repair, remodeling, and maintenance. It just removes the phrase owned and. I urge passage of the amendment.
Is there discussion? If not, the question is the adoption of the amendments offered by the Committee on Finance. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. I declare the amendments adopted. Are there further amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed advanced third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 272, allowing investigators from Attorney General's office to carry concealed weapons. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed advanced third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 298, allowing restaurants, private clubs, and wineries sell alcoholic beverages on Sundays. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be engrossed advanced third reading.
Senate Bill 423, providing for disposition of unclaimed and unredeemed savings bonds. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be engrossed advanced third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 493, allowing creation of self-settled spendthrift trusts. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be engrossed advanced third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 510, establishing adult drug court participation fund. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be engrossed advanced third reading.
Committee substitute for Senate Bill 511, establishing court advanced technology subscription fund. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 516, relating to registration for selective service. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 583, repealing certain obsolete legislative rules by Department of Administration. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 584, repealing certain obsolete legislative rules by DEP. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 585, repealing certain obsolete legislative rules by DHHR. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 586, repealing certain obsolete legislative rules by Department of Military Affairs and Public Safety. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 587, repealing certain obsolete legislative rules by Department of Revenue. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
Not the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 588, repealing certain obsolete legislative rules by Department of Transportation. Second reading of the bill.
Are there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 589, repealing certain obsolete legislative rules by miscellaneous agencies and boards. Second reading of the
Are
bill.
there amendments to the bill?
No, sir.
If not, the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading.
Senate Bill 590, repealing certain obsolete legislative rules by Department of Commerce. Second reading of the
Are
bill.
there amendments to the bill?
No,
If
sir.
not, the bill be engrossed and advanced to third reading. Bills on first reading. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered as having been read a first time and advanced to second reading.
The senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that all bills on first reading be considered as having been read a first time and advanced to second reading. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Introduction of guests. Introduction of guests, the junior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. It occurs to me that today is a significant day. We passed through third reading Senate Bill 328, which is a real fireworks bill. And as I look up in that north gallery, I see Cliff Rotz, who has been here for nearly a decade, not because he's getting paid, but because he's an interested citizen who loves fireworks. And I think it's only appropriate that we acknowledge Mr. Rotz today as we pass this bill.
Further introductions, remarks by members. Senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. My remarks today is going to pertain to House Bill 4145. That's a concealed carry bill. Actually, constitutional carry. Let's get the wording right. And before I get going on speaking to it, I want everybody to know that I am a member of the NRA and I'm a member of the WVCDL. Proud member. And let's get something straight from the very beginning. I believe that 4145 does nothing more than allow every citizen in the state of West Virginia, if they choose to exercise their Second Amendment constitutional rights. The bill that we have this year has some improvements over the one that we passed out by both chambers last year, and that was vetoed by the governor. And we'll get back to the governor here in just a moment. But I'd like to point out on what these improvements were. And I know it's not a debate of the bill, so I'm going to make it quick. United States citizens, legal resident thereof, is an improvement over last year. Actual live firing of the ammunition, that's an improvement. The instructor's name shall be included in on the certificate, which for one reason or another seemed to be a problem out there with the current concealed carry. Duplicate licenses. I think everybody that was here when 3 years ago remember when it was my first year in this chamber and I had a photocopy of all the different types of concealed carry permits that are throughout the state. And when that session was over, 3 years ago, we had a commitment that those concealed carry permits were going to become uniform. I'm here to tell you today, they still are not. So, in 4145, that is in this piece of legislation, which is improvement and enhancement for both the people that have concealed carries and for law enforcement. There's also a tax credit in there for anybody that goes out and gets training. Up to a $100 tax credit if you go out and get training, because that was one of the big concerns for it. There was the lack of training in this, even though I can't think of any other constitutional right where you need to go get training. Any person that's under between the ages of 18 to 21 will now be able to get a provisional permit with training. And that's sort of like grandfathering of what we've done for electrical, what we did for plumbing, and things like that. If you're into business, it's a grandfathering technique that we sort of used in the reverse, though, and that means that if you want to be able to carry, you'd have to go out and get training, and that would start that training process for that, because I think we all agree that training is a good thing. Going back now to some of the things, because, man, there's a lot of misinformation out here on this bill. A lot. And it starts with the billboards out here along the street with the handsome Senate President's face on there and their name. I listened to some of the testimony this morning, and those billboards, by the way, are paid for by Michael Bloomberg. And there's a poll right here. What is it that 84% of West Virginians don't support this? Man, I find that hard to believe. But that poll was actually done by Everytown for Gun Safety Chairman Michael Bloomberg. By the way, today, come to find out, Michael Bloomberg has 12 bodyguards, armed bodyguards, taking care of him and following him wherever he goes. The governor who vetoed this bill last year, I don't know what the count is, but he has state troopers that follow him around. And all the rest of us in this state, unless you're of substantial means or celebrity, does not have that luxury. And it's upon us and our personal responsibility to be able to protect oneself, one's family, and one's property. This bill allows you to do that without paying a fee to do it. And I can think of numerous examples of where, for instance, a young woman that is going through domestic issues, or a young man, it can go either way, or you live in a bad neighborhood and you don't have a lot of money, but the fact of the matter is that it provides the capability of being able to protect yourself. And actually, it's a God-given right to be able to protect yourself. I often said that I don't think that we need the Second Amendment because it should be just that to start with. But on the low-income side, that is something that's very, very, very important in my opinion. And the more people, it's my understanding that there's over 300,000 concealed carries in the state of West Virginia. So anybody that thinks that they're worried about everybody being armed, well, when you got 1.8 million people and there's 300,000 concealed carry permits right now, somebody's carrying wherever you're at, whatever the restaurant is. And frankly, I feel safer when the good guys got the gun and not the bad guys. Well, I said that wrong, because the bad guys are still going to have them, whether there's a permitting system or not. But I can assure you, the bad guy, if he comes into the state and he knows that we all exercise our Second Amendment right, those of us that choose to, there's going to be less issues with bad guys. And I think it can be proven out, Mr. President, and that is going and looking at the states that currently have this legislation. You have to forgive me for pausing for a second, because I want to get it right. Alaska, Arizona, Arkansas, Kansas, Maine, Wyoming, and last but not least, Vermont, since 1791, when they became a state. I was with Youth in Government the other night, and the kids was asking me all about this bill, and they were very interested in it. And I brought up Vermont, and I go, what's the first thing when you think of Vermont? Well, my thought was maple syrup, but one young boy hollered out, Bernie Sanders! I couldn't believe it. That was the statement of the day. But it sort of brings back to the point on this legislation that Vermont has had it for years. It's not crime run wild or amok. Nobody's going to see the difference on this except for in the long run. One's going to be able to protect themselves. And I'll close with this, Mr. President. It's time, not just in this state, but in this country, that we start treating terrorists or citizens, stop treating citizens like terrorists and terrorists like citizens. I don't know where we got off the track on that, but we only have to go back 50 years and things was pretty daggone good in this country. Mr. President, you witness in the gallery the people that are here. There are many, 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 many more in this great state that believe in our Second Amendment rights. And this is just one more step to freedom and preserving the integrity of the Constitution of the United States and our right to be able to protect ourselves. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Further remarks by members? Further remarks? Senator from Jackson. Miscellaneous business. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of things. First, I ask unanimous consent that the remarks by the gentleman from Berkeley be printed in the appendix of the journal.
Senator from Jackson requests unanimous consent that the remarks by the senior senator from the 15th be published in the appendix of the journal. Is there objection? Chair hears none, so ordered. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that leave of absence for the day be granted to the senator from Greenbrier.
Senator moves that leave of absence for the day be granted to the senator from Greenbrier. All in favor will say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. Leave of absence for the day is granted to the senator from Greenbrier. Senator from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject to announcements, I move the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow morning at 11 a.m.
Further announcements. Senior senator from the 4th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Finance Committee will meet this afternoon in the Senate Finance Committee meeting room at 3 p.m. The agenda is posted. We'll also meet tomorrow at 3. The agenda will be posted later this afternoon.
Senator from Preston.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Education will meet tomorrow at 2 p.m., 4:51 m.
Senator from Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on the Judiciary will meet today at 3 p.m. in the West Wing.
Senior senator from the 15th.
Thank you, Mr. President. The majority party, two announcements. The majority party will caucus tomorrow at 8:30 at the Senate President's conference room, and your Committee on Government Organization will meet tomorrow at 2 p.m. and the agenda will be posted by 2 p.m. today.
Junior senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Banking and Insurance will meet today, West Wing 208. The agenda has been posted.
Senator from Nicholas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Standing Committee for SGR 7 and Senate Bill 348 will meet today at 2:30 p.m. in room 214W. In addition to that, your Committee on Energy, Industry, and Mining will meet tomorrow, 1 p.m.
Junior Senator from the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your subcommittee on SB 485 relating to the expansion of the trail system here in the state will meet tomorrow morning at 10:30 in the Senate Judiciary meeting room. Thank you.
Senior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Transportation and Infrastructure will meet tomorrow at 10 a.m. and 4:51 m.
Senator from Upshur.
Thank you, Mr. President. Your Committee on Agriculture and Rural Development will have a meeting today, but we're going to bump that back to 1:30 and 4:51 m.
Further announcements. Further announcements. If not, the question for the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m. All those. Junior Senator from the 8th.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm told I didn't say the time for the Banking and Insurance Committee meeting. It's at 2 p.m. today.
Any more announcements? If not, the question for the Senate stand adjourned until tomorrow at 11 a.m. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Declare the Senate adjourned.
And that is today's Senate floor session recorded earlier today. This concludes today's broadcast of the West Virginia Legislature on the West Virginia Channel. We'll be back tomorrow morning at 11 with more action from the floors of the State Senate and House of Delegates. This program is also available on our website, wvpublic.org. Audio of committee meetings is available on the West Virginia Legislature's website. This program reminder, the Legislature Today, our nightly broadcast of legislative news and information, airs at 6:30 and 11:30 every weeknight on West Virginia PBS. The program also can be heard on public radio weeknights at 6:30. The Legislature Today is repeated weeknights at 10 and weekday mornings at 6:30 here on the West Virginia Channel. I'm Beth Voorhees for the West Virginia Channel, a service of West Virginia Public Broadcasting.